Hello po. Good afternoon, viewers. Before we formally start the event, let us be reminded of the following guidelines.
All the participants are expected to start and finish the program.
During the live webinar, participants are expected to have proper decorum as the topic might be controversial, the use of offensive words or inappropriate actions and attitudes is extremely prohibited and will be reported to the college discipline office.
Attendees will have to evaluate the event in order to receive their certificate of participation.
So again, good afternoon, La Science, and good afternoon, viewers from our YouTube Live. Our series of informational webinars are back, and we would like to welcome you all to, to our webinar, End of a Regime, Outweighing the Good and Bad.
Yes, welcome to our viewers, and don't forget to use the official hashtag. That's hashtag end of regime and hashtag outweighing the good and the bad. And of course, tag us on your posts and stories. That's at DLSL_Kamalik_ on Instagram.
Now, to formally start our program, may we call on Ms. Patricia Colleen Moderasa, the Secretary for Student Affairs of DLSL Comelec, for our opening prayer, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us all remember that we are Let us all Let us all remember that we are in the most holy Let us all remember that we are in the most holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today in this event. As we gather in your name, we want to be in your presence. May you bestow your guidance and blessings to everyone who is here with us. Lord, grant us a spirit of dialogue. Illumine our minds with the light of truth to the knowledge that we will be able to acquire in this event. Strengthen our fraternal spirit that we may always seek and do your will. All this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Saint John Baptist de la Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
As a sign of respect, let us all stand straight and put our right hand on our left chest as we sing our national anthem.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I am Joyce Villena.
And I am Reynalyn Karkitan, and we are going to be your hosts for today.
Hello, Ate Reina, and to all our viewers. We hope you stay tuned until the end of this webinar because all of us here will get to learn about the real status quo and different issues in our country for the past years under the regime of Duterte.
Ayan, I agree, Joyce. Napaka-relevant talaga ng mga topics natin na, natatalakayin natin today. Pero before we proceed, I am sure na marami sa ating viewers ang curious, bakit nga ba End of a Regime, Outweighing the Good and Bad ang title ng ating event ngayon?
Yes, and to introduce the event and to welcome us, let us hear it from the chairperson of DLSL Commission on Elections, Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano.
Hello everyone. So good afternoon po. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I am proud and happy to introduce to all of you the end of a regime. It is a roundtable discussion composed of panelists who are known to be experts in their respective fields, specifically political science, economics, media, health, and foreign affairs. Supposedly, the justice system will be included. However, there has been a conflict of schedule on our former Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno's schedule. Regardless of that, we are grateful for our prominent panelists who gave their time to enlighten us on what happened for the past 6 years and discuss significant issues that play a vital role in our national development. This activity is a project that will help us understand the vital issues in the country for the past 6 years through an expert opinion. We are aiming to conduct it again before the end of the next administration, which is in 2028, less than 6 years from now. So I am hoping that you will be maximizing this experience and opportunity to learn new things concerning our national affairs and development. Despite being part of a non-partisan institution, it is our responsibility to be the Lasallians we say we are. Lasallians who are not only academically and globally competent, but also empathetic and competent nation builders. This is also a preparation for the upcoming 2022 national elections, a preparation where we can assess and scrutinize the future administration and set a current standard to the leaders we will be electing. From this, we will be able to live the values of faith, service, and communion while contributing to the betterment of our country's faith. Through this discussion, students and Lasallian partners will be able to open themselves to conversations and develop their sense of nationalism and courage in being critical to public administration and public policy, even in the midst of pandemic. In addition, the students will also be trained to understand crucial parts of national development by acquiring knowledge from the experts' opinions of our panelists. The purpose of this webinar is to initiate conversations through various experts and real-life examples. So I hope all of you will be active in sending questions during our roundtable and free talk segments. I assure all of you that this roundtable discussion will be profitable and the next few hours will be enjoyable and fruitful for every one of you. Before I end these remarks, I would like to express my gratitude to the people behind the success of this event. Ms. Colleen Maderazo, our program head and the Secretary for Student Affairs of De La Salle Lipac Commission on Elections, your dedication and commitment is exceptional. To Professor Melay, Professor Philip of Ateneo de Manila University, to Ms. Irene of ABS-CBN, to Dr. Dexter Galban of Commission on Population and Development, and to Mr. Kit Castillo of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and I'm really excited to hear your respective thoughts regarding certain topics. To the offices who helped us polish the event and supported us despite its cruciality, the Community Involvement Office, and the College Student Activities Office, thank you. Without your guidance and support, this activity will not be possible. To the student government to whom we've established partnership to help us attain the event's objectives, thank you. And to the whole Lasallian community, I hope you learn and enjoy. Again, good afternoon and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you so much for that very wonderful words from Mr. Lescano. So yan, nakaka-excite naman lalo na't nabanggit na ni chair ang ating mga magiging kasama sa roundtable discussion. So truly, our event this afternoon is important, especially that the 2022 Philippine national elections is coming and malapit nang matapos ang current administration.
Yeah, I agree, Ate Reina. And as the current administration is approaching its end, we have to look back and ask the important questions. Pagkatapos ng 6 na taon ng pamumuno, nasaan tayo ngayon? Nasaan ang Pilipinas ngayon? What have we achieved and what have we lost?
Ayan, with that, we are here to provide an extensive discussion to evaluate both positive and negative undertakings that the current administration has brought us, which is why we have invited guest speakers to share their unique perspectives on our topic for today. I'm pretty sure that our viewers are looking forward to hearing from our guest speakers.
Yes, but before that, let us remind the viewers that this is not the usual webinar na nakikita natin. Bakit nga ba kakaiba ito, Ate Reina?
Ayan, syempre our event for today is a roundtable discussion wherein ideas are equally exchanged by participants on a certain topic. It is not a usual webinar where the speaker will present and discuss for an hour. Here, the speakers will be allowed to debate, converse, and discuss with each other regarding different issues. So parang ano lang siya, parang casual discussion lang siya na may specific na topic.
Yeah, with serious topics. And with that, we hope everyone here was enlightened on the flow of our event this afternoon. Kung ako ang tatanungin, Ate Rain, I am super thrilled to hear from our guest speakers from different fields, lalo na sa mga isa-share nila. How about you?
Syempre ako din naman, Joyce, na super excited din ako sa dami ng pag-uusapan natin today, especially napakadaming issues talaga sa bansa natin ngayon. Paano naman kaya ang ating mga participants? What are you looking forward to today's event? Let us know by typing your answers on our chat box and on our comment section sa YouTube Live.
Oh yes, we're also live on YouTube. But before we begin the webinar proper, let us once again welcome Nino Angelo Lascano, the chairperson of DLSL Comelec, to join us as the moderator of the roundtable discussion. Ayan, hello Kuya Jello, welcome back.
Hi everyone. So good afternoon sa ating mga viewers and sa ating mga hosts, Reina and Joyce.
Ayan, are you ready na po ba, Chair, to moderate our roundtable discussion?
I am very much ready and excited because ayun nga, especially since we will be tackling the state of our country under the Duterte administration. And I really look forward to knowing the opinions and insights of our speakers about this.
Yes, I totally agree with that, Kuya Jello, since our speakers will be giving us different perspectives then, because they're coming from different respective fields. And speaking of, the views and opinions of the moderators and speakers do not reflect the stance of De La Salle at Neo de Manila University, Department of Foreign Affairs, ABS-CBN, and other organizations that the moderators and the speakers belong to.
Grabe, nakaka-excite na marinig. Marinig pa lang yung fields ng mga speaker natin, nakaka-excite na. So, let's not keep our participants waiting. Let us start the roundtable discussion. Now, I think the speakers are already ready na din. So, we would like to explain po muna sa ating viewers kung ano yung mechanics and guidelines ng ating roundtable discussion. So, the roundtable discussion has two main parts.
Ayan. Part 1 is the opening statement wherein each speaker will be given 5 to 10 minutes to present a brief statement regarding their respective area of expertise and its state during the Duterte administration.
Part 2 is the question and answer. There are 2 sets of questions for the Q&A, which are prepared and selected before the event. Resource speakers must answer question preferably within 5 minutes only, making it as direct to the point as possible. Speakers are also free to converse with one another, debate, and throw questions to other speakers. Just use the raise hand feature of Zoom and wait to be called by the moderator for a smooth flow of the discussion.
Ayan, para makita natin kung talagang naggumaga ng mga raise hand buttons ng ating speakers, can you raise your hands po kaya for our speakers po?
Yeah, you can click the reaction button found at the lower part of your screen. Once you click it, you will find the raise hand feature. Ayan. Okay, we're seeing Miss Carmel Abel. Rocky Castillo. Okay, we're seeing other people raising their hands. Okay, thank you so much. You have to manually put it down po. Okay, thank you very much.
Ayan, mukhang familiarize na naman ang ating mga speakers sa ating platform. So I think we can start. So as mentioned, there are two sets of questions. For set A, each resource speaker would be asked individually, wherein the questions will vary on every speaker, depending on their area of expertise. We, the moderators, will mention the name of the speaker to whom the question is addressed to. For set B, the questions in here are mostly generalized and will circulate around current issues under the Duterte administration. This can be answered by anyone from the group and is not restricted to only one speaker.
Let us not prolong this moment. We know that you're all as excited as we are to hear from our remarkable guests. We will begin with the introduction of the speakers and their opening statements.
Ayan, I hope that you guys are in your most comfortable position dahil magsisimula na po ang ating roundtable discussion. So, are you ready, Lasallian and viewers? Without further ado, let us introduce our first speaker. So, for our first speaker, he is an associate professor and chair of the economics department, School of Social Sciences on Ateneo de Manila University. He used to serve in the government as the third director of the National Anti-Poverty Commission from 2001 to 2004. He is a project coordinator of the Human Development Network, which is a network of academics and civil society leaders involved in advancing the cause of human development.
Our speaker is also a manager of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is a global network of universities and research organizations involved in finding sustainable development solutions for many of the world's problems. He is also a board member of the Foundation for Media Alternatives, which is a civil society organization involved in strengthening communication rights in the country. He is also a member of the International Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Excellence in Governance, an organization involved in good governance and transparency and accountability in the country. Along with these, he also takes part in Kasagana Ka Mutual Benefit Association, an organization involved in providing microinsurance services to urban poor households.
Ayan, so let me proudly introduce to all of you, our first speaker, Professor Philip Arnold Randy Tuano. Professor, the floor is yours for your opening statement.
Hey, good afternoon, Jello, Joyce, and Reina. So thank you for having me in this forum. I hope that we'll be having a good discussion on the opportunities in threats in the current administration. I know I was asked not to make a presentation file, but I don't know if it would be okay if I can only present a few slides with regards to what we see, the accomplishments or not accomplishments by this administration. So I just have maybe, I can flash a few slides if that would be okay.
Yes, that would be okay. Please do so.
Okay, let me just ask for screen sharing privileges, if that would be okay.
Okay, let's just wait for the host.
I think you have to pull down the presentation, the presentation earlier that you have before I can present. That okay. See it. So let me just make a. Okay, just to let everyone know, Dr. Abaw and I were part of the project undertaken by the Ateneo School of Government on assessing the record of the Duterte administration. So let me just use my slideshow. And these are just some of the highlights of the paper that we've written. So if there's some of you who are interested in the paper, we'll be very happy to send them to you. Okay, I just have 3 parts. So just to discuss a little bit about the current economic situation and the economic record of this administration. And as you know, no, before the start of this administration, they have this 8-point agenda. So let me talk a little bit about the 8-point agenda of this administration and what it has actually achieved. No? And then last, maybe we can talk a little bit about the challenges, no, towards the new normal. No? So as you know, no, we're in the under COVID, no, or pandemic situation. No? But I think one of the things that the current administration and whoever the incoming administration will be, will have to face, is how do we now transition to the new normal. Okay, so let me just show the slide. Okay, in terms of the economic situation, so one of the things that actually we'll notice, that before the start of this administration, so the Philippines is in the one with the pink line. So we've been growing above 6% since the early 2010s, and we attribute that to good governance, and also the interest, of foreign and domestic investors, in our country. But unfortunately, in the past 3 or 4 years, we've slide down, in terms of our economic growth rate. And in fact, in 2020, we have the lowest GDP growth rate, which I think our economic managers actually should have managed very well. I think one of the causes of this is our very strict pandemic guidelines that have been present in our country. But hopefully, in the coming years, we're projected actually to improve. Well, maybe not as in the early part of this administration, where we actually were growing the fastest. But hopefully, a little bit more respectable by then. Unfortunately, the pandemic also resulted in a very high what is called as unemployment rate. So yung sinasabi nila unemployment, yung walang mang trabaho kahit isang oras man sa isang linggo. So in the past, in 2020, in the second quarter of the year, we have had one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Almost 20%, or 1 in 5 Filipinos were without jobs. We're now down to around, well, here I just have data starting in the early 2021. We're down around 6 to 7% now, but still comparatively or historically high compared to other previous years. Our underemployment rate, so ito naman yung mga manggagawa, yung mga manggagawa na naghanap pa ng dagdag na oras, dahil nawalan sila ng trabaho. The trend actually since 2005, is a decline in this underemployment rate. So pwede natin sabihin na maraming mga manggagawa na ngayon ay merong nakakapasok na ngayon sa mga tinatawag lang formal employment, hindi na informal. So pababa na to, the trend was going down. But again, pandemic actually increased that unemployment rate to close to 20%. So combining the 18% underemployment rate and the 19% unemployment rate, so 1 in 3 workers, Filipino workers, were either without jobs, or were still looking for additional hours of work because the income that they got from their work was not sufficient to meet their families' needs. So in terms of labor for participation, ito naman yung mga ano bang porsyento ng mga ating manggagawa na naghanap ng nakabahagi sa sektor ng paggawa. So we see that actually declining to 55%, which is low compared to the usual 63-64% in the past years. Dahil ito na rin ay sa dahilan na maraming mga manggagawa ang huminto sa pagtatrabaho. So alam natin na one of the events that happened during the pandemic was that there were very little options for transportation, and even mothers. I have a colleague in the economics department studying the trends in terms of gender, the effects of the pandemic on gender. Huminto talaga yung mga nanay sa pagtatrabaho para lang dahil maraming mga bata ay pumasok sa online learning. So kailangan nilang gabayan yung ilang anak. No? So bumagsak na yung tinatawag na labor force participation rate. Inflation has been generally low in the past year, no, compared to the previous year. So yung pagtaas ng presyo, no, kaya ito nga yung parang itong mga slides na to, no, yung pinapakita nga yung sinasabi nga na pikit assessment, no, yung kung merong mga mahalagang mga datos na nakaka-apekto sa mga Pilipino, ito yung presyo, kita at saka trabaho. No? So pinag-usapan ko yung kita at saka yung trabaho, ito naman yung presyo. No? In terms of prices, employment inflation rate actually has been low throughout 2020, but because of supply problems, we see that inflation rate has increased more than 4%, no, which is above targeted, no, throughout 2021. And similar to other countries around the world, we will expect inflation, yung pagtaas ng presyo ng mobility, to stay actually high, no, throughout the year. Maraming mga Pilipino ang nawala ng trabaho at noong November 2020, we see a slight increase, no, in the what is called as the self-rated poverty rate, no, or families who say that they're actually poor, and also the high levels of malnutrition, no, of Filipinos. So we see that according to the social weather stations, no, their self-rated hunger survey, no, this actually has increased, no, to around 30% during the height of the pandemic. It's down to around 16, 17%, but it's still actually quite high, no, compared to the normal. Kung mararapatin nyo, parang pahingin na lang ng ilang pang minuto just to discuss a little bit about the economic record of the administration. No? So according to the administration, no, it had a 10-year socio-economic agenda, no, macroeconomic policies, tax reform, ease of doing business, infrastructure spending, rural development, land management, education, science and the arts, social programs, and reproductive health. So I will talk a little bit about what has been accomplished, no, in terms of these 10 items. So in terms of continuing the macroeconomic policies of the previous administration, we say that maybe to some extent, no, they have accomplished, no, they have followed the macroeconomic policies of previous administration. But the price for doing that, no, is higher debt ratio. So we've seen that during the pandemic, nagkulang ang mga tax revenues ng gobyerno, so tumaas yung ating mga utang. The second agenda on instituting progressive tax reform. Now, some aspects of the tax reform was undertaken. So the projection was that the tax reform will be undertaken in 5 phases. No? They've undertaken it in the first 2, di lang pa nagawa yung 3rd, 4th, and 5th. What has been actually legislated has been framed and created. No? Yung in terms of increase in competitiveness and ease of doing business, no, the competitive rankings, so even with this, no, have declined, no, and the ease of doing business indicators are still the same. To accelerate also the infrastructure spending of the government, it has increased, but only 11 out of 75 projects which the administration as promised, no, has been finalized in May 2021, and we can talk about this in the open forum about issues on technical, no, procurement and right-of-way issues. So that's why a majority of the projects, well, are going on, no, or have not yet been done. No? Promoting the rural or value chain program, so the development of the Bayanihan Agri-Cluster approach has been undertaken by the Department of Agriculture, and 73 agricultural ecozones have been organized. No? In terms of ensuring security of tenure, the law that actually enshrined this framework, the National Land Use and Management Act, is still pending Congress. Increasing human capital development, the increase in proportion of budgetary resources going to education and health has increased, but there's still a lot of gaps. No, I think Dr. Abaw, Doc Mela, will talk a little bit about these gaps, no, when in her talk later. Promoting science and technology, the law creating the Balik Scientist program was created. Improving the social social protection programs, yung Patawid Pamilyang Pilipino. It has increased, no, but unfortunately, in certain years, 2020, 2021, it has not. We see a decline, no, in spending actually for poverty reduction. and in strengthening implementation of the reproductive parenthood and reproductive health law, we still see an increase, no, in the proportion of underage females who are pregnant, and therefore the need to increase, no, the use of contraceptives among the general population. So those are the general accomplishments, no, of the administration, and we can discuss the data. I'll just skip the data with regards to all of this, no. But just to say, no, what is needed, ano pa parang kailangan talagang gawin, no, dahil harap pa rin natin yung pandemya, no. So while we have had a very strong, well, we have tried to increase our vaccination efforts, no, a more vigorous contact testing and tracing has to be undertaken, especially as we move to face-to-face classes and so on, no. More sustained cash transfer program. So di ba ang nangyari in terms of yung ayuda, yung tulong sa mga mahirap, hindi naman ano lang paisa-isa, no, it's just a one-off strategy. So what is needed are more sustained help, assistance, and to maximize procurement also of local goods and services, no. And at the same time, no, the supply side interventions, no, in terms of improving health services, no, and assisting micro and small businesses needs to be undertaken, no. And we know that in the new normal, the following sectors will be critical: agriculture and business, which has been resilient during the pandemic. Yung digital economy, yung nakita natin nga yung paglago nga ng mga online services, telehealth, online learning, electronic banking, at tanong ano ba yung sa tiyan na pwede natin gawin para ipagpatuloy ito. And also logistics and storage, no. Nakita natin na mahalaga nga dahil lahat ng maraming mga tao nasa bahay, no, mahalaga yung naging papel, no, ng mga Grab drivers, no. Kaya yung halaga ng logistics and storage, no, and support online shopping and marketing, no, in our country. So yun lang. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Professor. That is a very impactful opening statement. Thank you po for that.
Yeah, I agree. That is truly informative opening statement. Grabe yung data, no? I hope we can further discuss that later on sa ating roundtable discussion. And that's just our first. So once again, thank you, Professor Tuana, and welcome to End of a Regime.
Ayan, kaya naman I cannot wait to hear from our other guests. So without further ado, let us call our next guest speaker.
Ayan. So our next speaker is a veteran journalist with more than 20 years of field of practice and a firm grasp on journalistic ethics and current news on demand. She graduated from University of the Philippines, Baguio, of AB Mass Communications, major in journalism, minor in broadcast communications.
She is the Bicol News Chief of ABS-CBN Corporation and responsible for the operations of two daily news programs, which are TV Patrol Bicol and Marhay na Aga Kapamilya from 2004 to 2018. She also became the South Luzon News Cluster Head of ABS-CBN Corporation and handled the South Luzon News Bureau, covering news operations of Batangas, Legazpi, Naga, and Palawan from 2018 to 2020.
Our speaker is the chair in the board of directors of the Focus Digital Media Service Cooperative from December 2020 to present, and heads the Media Cooperatives BOD, which provides news from South Luzon through its online page bicol.ph on Facebook and YouTube.
Let me proudly introduce to you our second resource speaker, Ms. Irene Perol Haimalin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I think yung sa media naman mas alam na ng karamihan kung ano nangyayari, 'di ba? When President Rodrigo Duterte assumed presidency, he started his war on drugs, and Inquirer yung una niyang pinuntirya. And then until na pressure, 'di ba, yung Inquirer and the management, kinailangan nila na ibenta yung major stakes nila to kay Ramon Ang. And then again, nangyari yung Rappler. Si Maria Ressa was having breakfast na puro mga kaso. Ilang beses siya na naaresto, and yung Malacanang reporter nila, si Pia Ranyada, was banned from Malacanang. So all of these, I think alam naman ng karamihan, no? Maybe ano lang to, refresher. And of course, yung 2020, hindi na renew yung franchise ni ABS-CBN and kasama kami doon. 19 regional stations yung nawala, na nagsara, na free TV, di ba? So yun talaga yung pangmasa, inaasahan ng mga tao. So I remember last year, tumama yung bagyo in Bicol region, Super Typhoon Rolly. And we were covering pa din kasi nga we created our own cooperative and online na lang kami, YouTube tsaka Facebook yung platform namin, and we were covering, and madami kaming mga stories na nakukuha na hindi nila alam. May mga mangingisda na nagpalaot tapos ilang araw na hindi mahanap, may mga namatay because hindi nila alam kung may paparating na bagyo. And kasama kami doon sa sinasabi ni Professor na nag-contribute sa unemployment in 2020. Nakakalungkot na hindi naman kailangan mawalan ng trabaho, pero nawalan ka ng trabaho. So etong presidente natin, mahilig siyang mag-criticize. He's very fond of criticizing, and yet pag siya yung nakikriticize, galit siya. I would say no na yung media is one of the hardest hit ng administrasyon na ito, not because of the pandemic, pero yun yung nangyayari. Hindi lang kami yung apektado. In fact, yung culture, nakikita ko kasi like last month, meron ding isang local radio station in Legazpi City na pinasara. And bakit? Kasi kalaban din sa politika ng isang politiko yung nagpasara na kaalyado din ng administrasyon na ito. So, nakakalungkot, and sana maganda yung ganito na naririnig, na aalala natin itong mga nangyari na ito because paparating ng eleksyon talaga. And sana bantayan natin kasi 'di ba kung wala naman talagang media, I think yung war on drugs, araw-araw may pinapatay pa din. Pero because of the critical reporting ng media, natigil siya. And nakuha. Bakit natigil siya? Because syempre nakarating siya sa international scene. So sana patuloy tayong magbantay. Importante yung mangyayari next year. So I am really happy na we're having this kind of discussions para makatulong para sa pagdedesisyon natin para sa susunod na halalan. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Miss Irene. So very informative ang kanyang sinabi, and I hope that our viewers acquire the knowledge from a journalist perspective. Lalo na ngayon, sobrang laki ng role ng ating media, ng ating press freedom, kumbaga. Dahil mapapasin natin sobrang kalat na yung mga fake news. It can also be used as a political agenda, a black political agenda. So yun, thank you for that, Miss Irene.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kuya Jella. And I very much appreciate the presence of Miss Eileen here. Because, syempre, journalists, they're the ones holding the line for democracy. So now that we have heard from our second speaker, let us now hear it from our next guest.
She is another professor of political science at the Ateneo de Manila University who completed a master's degree in politics and governance at the Institute of Development Studies of the University of Sussex in the United Kingdom and a PhD in Development Studies at the De La Salle University in Manila.
She is currently the president of the Ateneo Loyola Schools Faculty Association, and she specializes in social movement studies and international political economy. Before joining the academe, she was involved in a number of social movements in the country, as a labor organizer for Workers' College, as a deputy director of the Institute for Popular Democracy, or IPD, and as a founding national secretary general of Akbayan Citizens Action Party.
Ayan, let us all welcome Professor Carmel Melay Abaw. You can take the floor for your opening statement and you can start presenting your slides.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jello. Thank you, Joyce and Reina. And Colleen, no? Colleen was the one who emailed me for this event. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's so nice to talk to people outside of Manila. So I was really looking forward to this as well. Um, I will just share my screen. I prepared very few slides. Don't worry, this will be less than 10 minutes. Let me just. Okay. Okay. Do you see it? Yes.
Yes, we can see it now po.
Okay, sige. So as Randy Tuanyo said no kanina, this is really part of a study that I did. Well, this one was on social development reform with J.L. Cornelio, Dr. J.L. Cornelio of the Development Studies Program of Ateneo, which was published by the School of Government, no, in July 2021, around the time of the SONA of Duterte, the fifth and the last SONA. So my focus is really on poverty and education. Okay, so the question is, was poverty reduced or increased during the Duterte administration? Okay, so this is our conclusion upon examination that, official government or this Philippine Statistics Authority, indicators, poverty indicators registered a significant dip during the Duterte administration. Okay, so bumaba yung poverty officially. Okay, but this was also mentioned by Randy earlier that the social weather station indicators on self-rated poverty and hunger revealed sharp increases. Okay? So magkaiba yung sinasabi ng gobyerno, magkaiba yung sinasabi ng tao. Parang ganun yung makikita natin pagdating sa poverty, no? And these are just some of the figures. Yung official poverty na mo, less than 20% na ang ating, this was before the pandemic, of course, yung ating poverty incidence, which means these are the Filipinos living below the poverty threshold. Okay, so 16% na lang from 24. Okay, and from the start of Duterte 23, naging 16. Okay, pero ito, tingnan nyo, pagdating sa self-rated poverty, so tinanong mga tao kung sa tingin ba nila sa sarili nila, mahirap sila, maraming sumagot ng oo, upward trend naman ito. Okay? So magkaiba, as I said, sa government data, no? Ganon din sa hunger, okay? Tumaas din, no? Especially peak, of course, during the COVID-19. And the hunger numbers on hunger, these are very important because, of course, hunger is part of poverty. Okay? So these are just two issues here. Okay? Number one, government figures could be inaccurate or at the very least incomplete, no? Figures on poverty. So in fact, what constitutes a poverty threshold is always debatable, no? Especially kasi meron yang silang items ito yung basic food, ito yung non-food requirements, no? At government ang nagtatakda dyan. Sila din nagtatakda na ang threshold ay na binago din nila noong 2015, 9,452, noong 2018, 10,727. Again, because now of the cost of this food and non-food. So in other words, I think the point here lang is we need to complete the picture, no? Kasi sino ba ang mahirap? Hindi naman dapat gobyerno lang nagsasabi nun. Diba? So at the end of the day, kahit anong sinasabi ng gobyerno, kailangan mo tignan din anong sinasabi ng mga tao. No? And especially under a pandemic, accuracy is very important because poverty statistics are needed to identify and reach out to Filipino families in need. So kapag hindi tama ang poverty statistics mo or ang kwento mo ng kahirapan, most likely, hindi mo naabot ang mga mahihirap. Diba? Yun ang practical doon. Hanggat meron kang overestimation nung, 'di ba? Or underestimation ng kung ilan ba talaga mahirap at nasan sila, okay? Hindi pa question diyan, ba nagugutom sila kasi ano ba talaga kinakain nila, 'di ba? So itong mga ganitong tanong hanggat hindi nasasagot, malaki yung problema natin sa kahirapan. Okay? Now on education, was education better or worse during the Duterte administration? Again, upon examination, para maganda, no? Kasi more Filipino children were really in school, as evidenced by high completion rates and lower dropout rates. Okay, so kids were in school. This is of course just basic education. No? But again, the quality of education remains low. May evidence doon sa readiness ng schools natin sa pandemic. Alam natin lahat yan. And also by our ratings, no, vis-a-vis international standards. Okay, so kung makikita nyo, as I said, yan, upward trend. Pareho yung, so nakukumpleto nila both sexes, actually boys and girls, okay, natatapos yung elementarya at yung secondary or yung high school. Yung dropout rate naman, mas kukonti yung umalis, diba? Again, both sexes, boys and girls, may nakikita yung downward trend. So, ibig sabihin nun, ayun, sabi ko nga, mas maraming nasa eskwelahan. Okay? Ang tanong, anong natututunan nila or para mahirap ba pumunta sa school, no? Yung sa kahirapan, actually ito ang data, again, before the pandemic, that there was access, actually more access to electricity, but less access to internet and computers. I mean, and I think we all know this, di ba? As students and as professors, kahit ako, parang mamaya mag-chat na lang ako na email ko na lang sa inyo na wala na ako ng wifi. This is also the state of our internet, no, as a nation. But definitely, we're talking about public schools here. Hirap talaga. At alam natin to, no? Ilang beses na bago yung scheduling ng klase dahil dito. Okay. Now, the question of quality, this is from PISA. PISA is the Program for International Student Assessment of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So the OECD, the most advanced countries, ginawa nila ito. And tingnan mo to, ito lahat ng countries, ang pinakababa dyan, Philippines. So lowest tayo in reading, math, and science. So this is reading, this is mathematics, this is science. Mababa tayo. Okay? So that is from 2018. Now you look at this was 2019. This was the TIMSS. The TIMSS is the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study. No? This was, ito naman, very particular, nag-study sila ng grade 4 students. Anong level ng pagiging grade 4 nila. And sumama din ang Philippines dito. O, tingnan nyo na naman. I think these are more than 50 countries. Last na naman tayo. So lagi tayong last. No, of course, 'di ba dito nagalit yung DepEd kasi bakit ang World Bank nang himasok at 'di ba yung tungkol dito sa quality of education, no? It's just, I mean, this is not just about reputation. This is a real problem. My God, yung lahat ng taong advance na nila, 'di ba? Even India, ang advance na nila, tayong kulelat natin sa math at sa science. So, whatever the government says will not erase this fact, 'di ba? We cannot compete, and that's competition in the workforce. That's competition in solving our global problems. That ang lalim nitong na to, hindi natin masyadong pinag-usapan, pero ang lalim ng impact nito. Okay. So my last slides lang are on Duterte's popularity. No, I think we need to ask ourselves, okay, despite that's just poverty, that's just education, hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan yung drug war, yung human rights issues, etc. Okay. So why does President Duterte continue to be popular? Even if, as the data shows, di ba, hindi naman talaga nawala ang kahirapan. Okay? At marami pa rin ang problema ng education. Okay? Before the pandemic and of course aggravated during the pandemic. And if you see here, this is the data that, unlike the other presidents, na bumababa sila, tingnan mo lahat sila, bumababa sila pag end of term. Si Duterte, tumataas pa rin siya. Kahit tapos na yung term niya. So 2019, I think mas mababa na ito ngayon, pero still very high. No? I think nasa 60+%. So very high pa rin yung popularity. And it's hard to assail, SWS, because these are also very reputable institutions, right? Okay. So back to the question. Okay, this is just my take. Okay, I think what has really happened is that very powerful yung rhetoric ni Duterte. very effective ang kanyang political communication, especially yung pagiging tatay niya. Di ba? Yung parang, di ba? I always say, kapag tatay ka, nothing is unforgivable, right? I mean, of course, di ba? Parang, pwede ka magalit sa tatay mo, pero he remains your tatay. In government, that's not supposed to happen. Di ba? Kung hindi performing ang government, dapat hindi siya nare-elect or hindi siya na-elect at all. May level of accountability. But because of the tatay rhetoric, which is very, very powerful, that, you know, he can do anything and he will be forgiven. Plus the low quality of political citizenship education. No? Again, hindi ito katulad ng bobotante diskurso. Okay? Sasabi ko lang dito, okay? Hindi na tayo nagkakasundo. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng demokrasya? Ano ba ibig? So the very notion of democracy, ang terms of reference natin is not the same, no? So kung halimbawa, nagsara ang ABS-CBN, okay? Especially in political science, that is not a democracy. The very least, you can say that semi-authoritarian. But you know, everyone will still insist, demokrasya pa rin tayo, kasi election pa rin tayo, tsaka marami pa namang media dyan, etc. So, in other words, we're not, ang daming notions, no, na hindi na natin pinagkakasunduan. And I think also because yung level of citizenship education natin, mababa. Tingnan nyo naman, marami tayong problema sa textbook natin, sa grade school pa lang, etc. No? So, and the effects are really very consequential, no? Because the problems are actually not translated into grievances against the government, whether that at this stage, President Duterte, no? So, kaya nga, Teflon siya. Kasi mga tao, nakikita naman nila yung problema. They live the problems. But they don't attribute that to President Duterte. Again, because his rhetoric has been very, very powerful, no? And very, very politically savvy, si Duterte. So ang effect din yan, government is not held responsible or accountable for problems. And there's a lot of polarization, no, between political factions and loyalty. So lahat tayo nalalamp na lang, o DDS ka ba, dilawan ka ba? Instead of citizens tayo, government sila. Wala na yung ganong pag-uusap, 'di ba? Tayo pinag-aaway. Hindi man lang natin inaaway ang gobyerno. Kasi parang tayong problema, wala silang problema. Ganun ang political rhetoric. And I raise this, no, because I will raise this under any regime that does this, no, that does not, you know, that sugarcoats what is really happening. And so if you want a straight answer to me, is it good, is it bad? My answer is that it's bad because there has been no accountability at all. And if there's no accountability, who's responsible pala for all our problems? And who will solve our problems? Right? So hanggat hindi natin na zero in yung accountability questions, ganito lang tayo forever. Diba? Kulala tayo sa math, sa science, kulala tayo sa COVID resilience, etc. And there's also a question posed, no? This is my last statement, whether this is good or bad or natural. No, let me just say, nothing in politics is natural. Nothing is a given. Everything is socially constructed and politically constructed. So whatever we are now is a product of our internal development as a political system, as a society. It's a product of social relations or social dynamics. So the good side of that is, because it's just social construction, we can also deconstruct it. And then we can also replace with something better, no? So yun, walang natural pagdating sa politika. So let me just end there, and then I'll just take questions later. Thank you very much.
Ayan. Thank you po, Professor. I am certain that we will still have a lot of worthwhile thoughts to hear from you, and I'm really excited for that. Thank you po once again.
Ayan, sobrang nakakatuwa yung mga data na ipinakita nila. So yan, feeling ko talagang nagiging interesado na din ang ating mga viewers. So with that, I am thrilled to introduce po our next speaker.
Our next speaker, he is the commissioner representing the private sector of the Commission on Population and Development from 2019 up to present. He has a Doctor of Medicine and Masters in Business Administration, double degree from the Ateneo de Manila University.
He is a registered nurse from the University of the Philippines and a national advisor to organizations such as Youth Advocates for the Philippines or YAP, Kabataang Lingkod Bayan ng Pilipinas or KLB, and One for Nursing Empowerment Philippines or 1PH.
Our speaker is also one of the top 5 United States Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiatives, is a top future professional in the Philippines, and the Solidarity and the Leadership Awardee of the 2030 Youth Force Asia Pacific and UN Development Program.
Let us all welcome Dr. Dexter Galban.
Dr. Dexter, you now have the floor. Okay, I guess we're having some technical difficulties for Dexter Galban. Maybe we can proceed with our next speaker first.
He is the last but definitely not the least. He is a graduate of De La Salle Pa BS Computer Science cum laude, who once served as student government president in his junior years and CSO chairperson in his senior year.
He currently sits as one of the board of trustees of the De La Salle Pa Alumni Association, and he is one of our esteemed Filipino diplomats who has served the country through the Department of Foreign Affairs since 2019.
He has served the DFA's Office of United Nations and international organizations and has handled the portfolio on environmental security, climate change, disaster risk reduction, international science cooperation, and space diplomacy, to name a few. Currently, he is on his training in preparations for his first posting abroad.
Ayan, so let us all welcome Mr. Christopher Castillo for his opening statement.
Okay, thank you very much, Jello and the rest of the hosts for giving me this chance. I'm really honored and privileged to be part of this esteemed panel speakers. So I'm very much thankful to have met earlier Dr. Tuano, Miss Irene, Doc Melai, and Dr. Dexter. And a while later, we will perhaps to listen to him. And I'm thankful on how each of the presented data and of the slides. I'm so sorry I don't have a slides for this afternoon, but I'm thankful that I've seen how the SDGs, our United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, are highly evident and present on the presentations. And I'm thankful that these are reflected on this report. So as from my end, as serving the government for almost 2 years and been under with UNIO, or United Nations arm of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I am sorry I'm not be handling those issues on the West Philippine Sea, but rather only on the scope that I am affiliated with. So based on my portfolio, I will just give a list of the things that I handle, and I will give my honest assessment as possible on how the administration have fared well on this matter. And again, please don't take all of my words here as something that reflects the opinion of the government, but rather only of my own opinion and within my jurisdiction. Okay, thank you. So first of my portfolio is climate change. It's also evident on the United Nations SDG 13, and climate change is very hot topic. We have our conference of parties, and we have seen how the government participated. However, this is not a clear priority of our president, and still, the president endeavored to have mentioned in his first appearance at the United Nations Assembly last year, and mentioned this included these 2 paragraphs mentioning the need and the call of the Philippines for, highly industrial countries to consider the Philippines as a voice in this matter. So we have, through our office in the department, we have inserted those lines, and we're thankful that those are mentioned by our president in the international fora, such as UNGA or United Nations General Assembly. Okay, moving forward, next on my portfolio is disaster risk reduction. We have noticed, we have partnered with the national organizations, including UNOCHA, or United Nations for the Humanitarian Affairs. And we have partnered with them and they're giving us help. You will notice on the last report that I handled on Typhoon Ulysses and Typhoon Lando, also on the north, this UNOCHA has been very, very much helpful prior to what we had happened to pandemic, and during my time, the high time of the pandemic, also a lot of organizations have helped us. IAEA, that's the International Association, sorry, there's a lot of alphabet soup in the department. So IAEA, International Atomic Energy Association, so we have sought help for them for the RT-PCR. We have passed the ball to DOH and our hospitals on this testing facilities, and we just left the ball to them. But still, we have done our part to solicit this help, or also our initiative to communicate with other members or countries to develop this vaccine facility, the COVAX facility. So the department has been very active and barely sleeping. So 24/7 we're on call and we're communicating with a lot of organizations and countries to communicate and proceed with the help needed for the countries and pass it on to the OH for implementation. Okay, what else? Aside from disaster risk reduction, I also handle environmental security. Sorry for the Dolomite, it's not our idea, okay? But more of our idea, and we're thankful, we're on the signing of the contract. So recently, during the administration, we have heard of the Minamata Convention. So we have ratified during this year and during my term, the Minamata Convention during the term of our president. So that's one of our achievements in the department, that on the effects of mercury for our health and for the lives of the people. So we have signed and ratified that during the administration. Okay, what else? We do have as well human settlements. I don't know if many of you already have heard of it, the DSUD, the Department of Human Settlements or Urban Development. So we do have that department. It is existing, and our office and department is communicating with them and assisting them in dealing with on how we can, help, for example, moving to the bars, moving from the cities down to their provinces, and how the resettlements of our kababayans during this pandemic will be of help on how to provide them with enough resources, livelihood programs as well. So this is one of the projects, and we have partnered with a lot of international organizations as well, and even non-government organizations who have partnered with us to also assist our fisher folks and those who are affected basically first by the Nawarawi siege. Just one particular project that we handled on how we rehabilitate the Marawi city. Okay, that's one. And another, so for DICT, or Information on Communication Technologies, also one of our partners. We have also, though it's still, we are the connection is fluctuating. I do hope I'm still heard audible and clear on your screens. But as you have noticed, we have gained ground as well. It's better compared to what we had before, but still we got issues. The entry of a third market player for us to at least reach up the proper bandwidth we need. And we're now being sought by a number of countries as a cryptocurrency hub, given the rise on, for example, our non-fungible tokens on Axie and the rest of other play for earn games. So this is just one of the byproducts of this memoranda that we have signed and have monitored so far. Next is another portfolio that I handled is science, technology, innovation. We have seen the Superman in the person of our, for example, our Secretary Boy de la Peña, and we have seen this people really representing as well international fora and voicing the concerns of the Philippines, collaborating, capacity building wise, and we have received a lot of grants. Mentioned earlier by Dr. Tuano is the Balik Scientist Program, and aside from that, we're also discussing about blue economy, prioritizing our archipelagic nature as a country, And we have been seated in the APEC in terms of marine or plastics pollution. Also, we have the Apolaki, the Caldera identification on the east side of our country. So there are a lot of things happening in the science diplomacy wise, and we are seated as officers. We are seated as executive boards in UN. In particular, we have one Filipino scientist there, and also we have in the Asia Pacific region. So we are always been represented well, okay, by our scientists in the science programs. Next is in terms of space diplomacy. I don't know if you're also aware that we also have the Philippine Space Agency. And during this term of our president, we have seen the rise of this agency, and our office also communicating with them. And we have launched a number of satellites already. I have posted on my personal Facebook account. You can explore Maya 1, the satellite, and we have in partnership with that. Okay, during my term as well in the department, we have signed memoranda with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. So we are still now on ratification of our treaties on outer space, and we're working on it because we don't know how our quote unquote unfriendly neighbor will change the terrain of the things that we're fighting for. So we are readying up ourselves in terms they move up to the space. Okay, the last but not the least is transportation. So also one of my portfolios is transportation. So we have communicated well with the DPWH, DOTR in terms of how to strengthen, how to work with bilateral. You have seen the groundworks now. Many of you perhaps have traveled using the Skyway 2 to Skyway 3, and this is part of the Build program, though it's inter administration wise, but the momentum of rising it up, and also the kilometric train project in Mindanao in particular. Though we really have to bolster up our train system, that's one of our recommendations, and also from UNESCO or from Bangkok, Thailand. And this is one of the priorities and being recommended for the next administration. So I think I have gone through my entire portfolio from climate change down to transportation, and that sums up my involvement and my summary of what has the administration have done so far in terms of my capacity as principal assistant in United Nations. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Sir Kit. So yan, sobrang ang dami din nating natutunan and ang dami din nating knowledge na nalaman din. Ayan, so again, may we call on Mr. Dexter Galban po. Are you there na po ba, Sir Dex?
All right, Dr. Dexter Galban, you now have the floor for your opening statement. Please unmute.
Ayan, so I think we can move on na lang. Ay, ayan, ano yan yata? Sir Dex?
Hi, Dr. Dexter. Please unmute so we can put you on spotlight.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, and I have the floor for the opening statement. Hi. Thank you so much.
Yes. It's a pleasure to be here. Napakahalagang pag-usapan natin ng kasalukuyang estado at ang mga naganap sa kanakarangang na taon under the Duterte administration in the field of healthcare, in the field of the different aspects of Filipino life. And it's important, especially right now that we are in the middle of a global pandemic, that we look at the nuances that we have to take into account, especially when choosing the leaders that will lead us into the future, especially for 2022.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Sir Dex. So, I think we can move forward na. So, gusto ko munang kamustahin ang aking mga kasama dito. So, kamusta naman kayo, Joyce and Chair?
Sobrang impactful ng statements nila. Like, sa kanina nga sabi ko, habang nakikinig ako sa kanila, even though na ang pinag-uusapan natin is somehow technical, talagang alam mo yun, na nai-relate mo sa everyday life yung mga sineshare nila. Kasi ako as an advocate of good governance talaga, And also as a student na nag-aaral ng law, parang akala ko mahalaga na mas mahalaga yung concrete na understanding natin na dapat alam natin yung batas, alam natin kung ano yung what is right and what is wrong. Pero mas mahalaga na alam natin yung sitwasyon ng iba, na doon tayo matututo kasi kung paano natin bibigyan ng solusyon ang bawat existing problems sa ating society. And I thank you so much po sa ating panelists for your very wonderful opening statements and very insightful. Ayun, ang dami ko pong natutunan.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Kuya Jello. Very stimulating yung mga data na present as well as the questions. I'm sure the whole program will be a success. And with that, I see how much these people are aware of the current state of their respective fields under the Duterte administration. And we will delve deeper to that at the latter part of the program.
Ayan, so para makita natin kung ano pa nga ba ang kanilang mga opinion sa iba pang current issues sa ating bansa, let us now proceed with our part 2, the question and answer.
Ayan. So the first question is for Professor Randy Tuano. Ayan. During his presidential campaign, President Duterte promised that he would make it his priority to end the practice of labor contractualization in the Philippines. In line with this, what was your reaction or feelings when he vetoed the security of tenure in 2019, a bill that prohibits all illegal employment schemes and subcontracting of Filipino workers?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So I think early in the presidential campaign, President Duterte actually was the one who, as he said, made the promise to end subcontracting arrangements in the country. Yeah, but it's very unfortunate. I know that many trade unions, and I think even some employers, already were drafting already some proposals, to at least end it. But unfortunately, the president did not. Was not able to listen to this. I think what was trying to being adopted was a compromise, so that this issue actually can move forward. Pero just to note also that if you look at the 10-point agenda which I presented earlier, ano naman talaga, despite the presidential pronouncement or commitment to end subcontracting, it was not really in the 10-point agenda of the president. So the question was really, ano ba, the start ba talaga? Parang should he the one seeing, was he really committed to seeing the agenda through? As you know, the economic agenda of this administration is based on strengthening our infrastructure and trying to generate more tax revenues through tax reform for the infrastructure, and it is not the issue of subcontracting wasn't really that. So as with other presidential pronouncements, I guess there was no commitment really at the start to address this concern. That was my feeling when eventually he came out with a statement between that agenda.
Okay, thank you for that answer. But just for the general audience, since we're also live on YouTube, I would like to ask, will it be okay if you try to pin down what ENDO really is? How is it different from labor-only contracting? Because most of the time, the two are conflicted with one another. Can you explain further po?
Sige, I think Dr. Abba, because of her long experience in labor organizing, can answer the question much better than me. But from what I know, it's the arrangement that when we have, for example, some retail companies that actually after after a period of 5 or 6 months, all subcontractual employees should be given actually already permanent contracts, for permanent labor working arrangements no, by their firms. No? But until now, no, we see companies no, continually renewing these temporary contracts no, as a way of skirting around that that timeline.
All right, just a reminder, everyone in this room can also answer the given question so that we can properly discuss the question. So again, I'm trying to have the endo pinned down. What is endo? When does a matter be considered an endo and when is it not an endo? Just for the general audience. Anyone can answer po.
Maybe I can answer that.
Yes, Professor Abel, please do so.
Yes. Okay. So ang endo means end of contract. It's actually the same then as labor. It's actually the same as labor only contracting kasi ang contracting na legal is that kokontrata mo isang serbisyo, hindi lang yung labor. Okay? So, halimbawa, yun ang subcontracting. Iko-contract mo yung, di ba, may isang service like auditing service, whatever, yun buo yun, pwede mo yun i-contract, pero hindi yung labor lang, no? And yung end of contract is part of that in the sense na after every 5 months, end of contract na, kasi by 6 months, regular ka na. So, in other words, the point of contractualization is that it's sort of an erroneous classification of workers, a deliberate erroneous classification of workers. Na kahit ang tagal mo na sa trabaho, contractual ka pa rin, 'di ba? When in fact, 'di ba, kung vital ka na, tuloy-tuloy ka pa rin sa trabaho, dapat regular ka na. So that is really part of the whole concept of labor flexibility, no? Na hindi na regular. And of course, kung hindi regular yung trabaho mo, hindi ka pwede mag-union kasi wala kang masyadong rights kasi aalis ka rin naman, matatapos rin naman ang contract mo. Of course, cheaper ang cost ng labor kasi hindi ka nga regular. So even yung social benefits, hindi ka pa kasama niyan. So that's the problem with contractualization. It has to do with the erroneous classification of workers, which results in job insecurity, okay? And which, of course, is also very much related to cheap labor. So.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation, Professor Abal. I just have a little bit of concern here because back in 2019, some of the labor groups also opposed the what do you call this? A security of tenure bill because it has some lapses and gaps. Do you think Duterte can be justified that he vetoed the bill, considering that labor groups also opposed the bill itself?
No, kasi I think ang nuancing lang naman yun eh. Pero I think he has to make a position, which he did during his campaign, di ba? That, this bill is about job security. So you can probably even negotiate with the trade unions who raise their opposition, right? But, di ba? So the option of really saying it's not good that there's an underclass within our working class. Di ba? Anong gagawin mo yon? Laki-laki ng porsyento nung, I think it's mga 30% na contractual. Even government itself, ang dami sa mga government employees natin are not regular. Okay? So, kaya this also explains why ang taas ng ating OFW deployment. They can't find regular jobs here. So, going abroad is always an option. So, yeah, I think it's the question is political. Diba? Are you going to reverse that situation? No? Na instead of your workers being contractual, being very insecure, you will move towards regularization. Diba? And that was what the security of tenure was all about. But that's very difficult then because the business people are likely to also be in opposition. So Duterte will lose his business friends if he pursued this security of tenure kasi matatamaan talaga because it will of course if you bring up the wages, that means lower profits, right? You cannot have both, diba? So yun ang kapalit nun. that's very hard to achieve, no? So it has nothing to do with the labor groups. Yung pag veto niya, I think it has something to do with business.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have another question regarding that po. Because when Duterte vetoed the bill, in his statement po, he says that it might oppress or destroy capital and management. That's the word per word. That's what he said. Do you think it can really disrupt the balance between the interest of labor and management?
Yes, it will, but I think it's a disruption that is necessary, 'di ba? Kasi what kind of society is that if you have, a very small portion lang ang may opportunities in life, 'di ba? So, to me naman kasi I just dream of a society that is, well, I don't know, maybe all of us are middle class, 'di ba? Hindi yung ganito. Sobrang laki yung nasa poverty at sobrang may ilan naman na sobra namang mayaman, 'di ba? So, yeah, it's bad for capital, but that's supposed to be the way to go in terms of it's redistribution of wealth at the end of the day. And you have to and again, that's a very political decision. So.
Thank you so much for that answer, Professor Abel. Again, everyone is encouraged to also raise their hand and also ask questions. I think that's it, Kuya Jello.
Ayan. Thank you po, Professor Tuano and Professor Abao. It was enlightening kasi nga parang napapaisip ako. Sabi ko, feeling ko kasi yung about dyan, yung tanong na yun is very political. Kasi yun nga, yung katulad na nabanggit ni Professor, na opportunity cost, kumbaga. There's a possibility na parang mababawasan yung botante niya o yung supporters niya if ever na meron siyang gawing action. So, parang very, kumbaga, kung tatawagin natin siya, it's a political suicide, kumbaga, na you have to choose between the two. And I think ang napili ni Duterte is, yun ang napili niya. So I think I don't have to express it anymore. Ayan.
So ayan, I think we can proceed to the next question. Again, this is for Professor Tuano. So Professor, what do you think are the effects of the war on drugs on the economic standing of the Philippines?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So actually, the question is in general, what is the effect of governance on economics. Well, unfortunately, I guess if you look at the data, for example, on investments, although I think initially parang there was some well, I think optimism by the Duterte government that that the war on drugs, well, any crime reduction program or program that actually limits drugs would actually improve peace and order in the country, and therefore be conducive. So we have a macroeconomic environment that's conducive for investments. Unfortunately, the war on drugs also reduce our international standing. And in fact, many of the foreign investors are very concerned about the human rights situation in the country, especially, for example, in Europe. Yung European investments in our country, it has been very low. And in fact, one of the effects also of this was that we have what we call as in preferential trade access to the European market. So generally, yung mga developed countries like the Philippines, enjoy lower tariffs or lower taxes on their goods coming into the European market. But in 2019, because of this issue of human rights, the war that's exacerbated by the war on drugs situation, we lost this preferential trade access, and therefore I think there are ongoing negotiations on returning that trade access to the European market. So even if we said or even if there are supporters of the administration that say that to some extent, no, maybe in some areas, no, people feel safe, no, but unfortunately, no, because of the human rights violations that have occurred, no, these have also effects, no, on the economic standing of the country.
Ayan, thank you po, Professor. Well, totoo na parang, siguro, correct me if I'm wrong, Professor, na parang yung ibang turista, syempre yung tourist is another part of our economic development. So yung may mga pumapasok tayong investments, etc., etc. Tingin niyo po ba yung takot ng mga foreign people ay nakaapekto sa pagpunta nila sa Pilipinas?
Well, to some extent, yes, no? Kasi I mean, parang the perception, no, in the Philippines is that parang there are many extrajudicial killings that are actually going on, no? If the administration really wanted to fight drugs, no, it would have also done in a way that's actually more scientific, no, based on evidence, no. For example, no, not only increasing the, well, at least this is from those who have those who know, no, the government's drug policy, no, and we have had several fora, no, in our university regarding this, no. If it wanted to launch a more scientific program on drugs, no, it could have also included more rehabilitation programs, no. So instead of just looking at the demand side, no, looking also at the supply side also as well, no, of the issue, no. We have had, I think, to some extent, no, very good community rehabilitation programs, no. Pero baka ang tanong nga doon, bakit hindi ito, why wasn't this strategy emphasized, no, in the war on drugs, no? What was emphasized was the killings and so on. So, and that has affected the perception of investors and tourists in the country. Pero I'm sure that even in your school, parang I don't know if you want to, di ba, you have parang social involvement activities, social awareness activities. Di ba kayo, parang ayaw nyo na nga sigurong pumunta sa mga itong mga urban poor communities that because you might also get hurt, no? And I think that's also the fear of many tourists.
Ayan, thank you po.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Professor Tuanyo also mentioned earlier because I just think it's important to realize that the drug problem is actually a health problem more than anything else. And I think there could be a much better approach to that than the extrajudicial killings. But I also have a follow-up question for that. Do you think, or has the war on drugs or the human rights violation per se affected the willingness of foreign investors in the Philippines?
Well, yes, as I said, no, I mean, more and more, no, especially as human rights become integrated in many the business operations, no, of multinational corporations. I think there's a growing awareness, no, among yung mga stockholders of these corporations, no, that they should also hold these corporations into account, not only in terms of how they grow their business, but also how they are sustainable, no? How they meet international norms of human rights and so on. No? So there's a lot of concern among us stakeholders that foreign multinational corporations, no, operating in well, we don't say that they're already doing this very well, no, but there's a lot of concern among investors, no, that whenever they enter into a country, no, they are also perceived, no, to support international norms, no, of human rights, no, and also environmental sustainability as well. No?
Yeah, I also have to agree with that. And Personally, I think it's a bit embarrassing then globally because, these human rights violations, particularly the extrajudicial killings, warranted an investigation from international criminal courts, which I think is, to that extent, it's really a violation, and which we should not just, put in sidelines. Okay. Kuya
Yes,
Jello, do
and
you
just
have...
to add, yeah,
Yes.
to add
Okay,
to
but
that,
please
I think
continue.
companies are also sensitive to boycotts. No, I think we've heard of in case that there are violations. No, there citizens of other countries can call for boycotts of products of these firms. No, so I'm sure that these corporations are including this in their governance standards.
Thank you for that, Professor Tuanyo. I really learned a lot from you, and I think we can now proceed to our next question, Aterina.
Ayan, so for our third question, let us have Miss Irene Perol Jaimelin. So, yan, Miss Jaimelin, how do you think the controversies faced by the Duterte administration concerning press freedom in the Philippines, from Reza case to ABS-CBN's shutdown to the VEX enactment of the anti-terrorism law, affect the freedom of information of the general public on matters of national concern?
Actually, yung ano no, yung yun ay sinabi ko kanina about ABS-CBN. Kami 'di ba nasa probinsya, 19 regional stations, and ang laki ng effect sa viewers. Madami ang hindi nakaka-afford na manood ng via YouTube, via social media. So, yung etong mga ginawa niya, no, ang laki ng epekto sa viewing public, sa masa lalo na. Although, meron pa namang ibang free TV, pero iba yung for the media practitioners even now, like mga local media practitioners, they still feel this na meron ngang chilling effect. They cannot really, like yung newsroom, bago nagsara si ABS-CBN, 'di ba? Pinag-iinitan talaga siya. So, yung mga ginagawa niya na pagtitira sa media, I think nagkaroon talaga siya. Even si Inquirer, sinabi niya na they would discuss daily kung ano yung pag may istorya na ilalabas. Ay, sa amin din nangyayari yun. Although, iba yung sistema like when we do our regional stories, walang pakialam si head office. So, ganun nag-work yung system namin na kahit papaano naapektuhan siya nung...
Hi, Miss Eileen. I think you were muted. Please repeat what you were saying again. Thank you so much.
Sorry, nawawala yung signal ko. But anyway, yung sinasabi ko na yung mga kontrobersya na ito, naka-apekto din sa local media or even siguro sa national. But I would always speak from the national media perspective, no? Na naka-apekto siya na hindi na ganon ka-critical yung karamihan ng media practitioners. And dahil siguro natatakot, just yesterday we were also celebrating, 'di ba, yung Ampatuan massacre, pero hindi naman nagbago. That happened 12 years ago, and I think until now ganun pa din, nangyayari pa din siya. So nabawasan with the closure of ABS-CBN regional stations, and nawala din yung ABS-CBN sa free TV. Nabawasan yung nagbibigay ng impormasyon. Yun, ang laking epekto nun sa general public. National concern, pag may disaster, malaking bagay sana na nandiyan siya, no? Ito yung hindi sa pagbubuhat ng bangko, pero kami yung madami na mga nasa far-flung na mga lugar. And pag may mga disasters, may mga kalamidad, nandiyan dyan siya. Mga first responder ang nangyayari because we have also the ano, 'di ba? Pag kami nagbalita, nandiyan dyan yung alam na karamihan at nandiyan dyan yung mga tumutulong and nawala ito. So, yun yung tingin ko na dahil ayaw niya. I mean, malinaw naman na lumalabas na it was because he did not want the renewal of the franchise kaya ito nangyari. It's not because yung mga binabato na violations because kung sana nga 'di ba dapat nakasuhan pero it's a political issue that lumalabas because magbobotohan sa Kongreso. So para sa franchise. So, yun, malaki nakawalan para sa general public.
All right. Thank you so much for that insights, Miss Irene. So, you have mentioned earlier about the chilling effect, and journalists, we often label them as the ones who are holding the line for democracy. And with that, my question is, can you say that democracy is under attack because of that chilling effect?
Yes. Oo, yun sinabi kanina ni Professor Melay na yun na nga sasabihin ng iba meron pa naman tayong demokrasya talaga, 'di ba? Kasi you can still speak pero when you're guarding na kung ano yung parang kung yung newsroom mismo na that SOP naman kasi yun na bago ka gumawa bago mo i-ere, bago mo isulat, lagi mo naman talagang titingnan kung yung story mo ba ay patas ka nga. Although may issue pa nga sa how is there really parang objectivity na talagang kaya ba because hindi naman the way you write meron ka na talagang magkakaiba tayo magsusulat so yung objectivity medyo issue pa yon pero as a media practitioner na talagang professional ka naman, hindi ka naman yung sampay bakod, alam mo kung paano magsulat, paano mag-ere ng isang storya. So, hindi parang sabihin na naging issue na tama ba ito? Parang lagi kang merong fear no na baka aatakihin ka na naman kahit nga sa simpleng deployment ng reporter pag-iisipan mo. Even now no when nung nangyayari ito pag pupunta ka sa coverage sasabihan ka lalo na kung kagaya si Pangulong Duterte ang nandiyan ABS-CBN ka sasabihan ka na okay ha cool ka lang because alam mo na mainit ka, 'di ba? So, under attack yung democracy. Pero yun, sinasabi ni Professor Melay na oo nga naman, iba yung pagtingin. So sana nga talaga educate yung tao na dapat gobyerno sila, tayo yung taong bayan and ganun pagtingnan para hindi na away-away na hindi naman yan totoo kasi ngayon more than anything else when we transferred to YouTube and to Facebook dati medyo pag may ginagawa kaming story medyo hindi ko na-feel agad yung impact hindi namin alam kung ano yung feeling ano yung opinion ng viewers but now when we transferred to Facebook lalo na and when we publish a story makikita mo talaga yung reaction ng mga tao and grabe parang polarizing talaga it's a concern na merong para lalo na 'di ba syempre we cannot avoid political stories nag-caravan ang BBM nag-unity ride tapos meron ding mga lugaw feeding you will see there the reactions and I think malaki yung effect ng nangyari nung 2016 election yung mga troll na ito na sana nga troll talaga pero hindi may mga kilala ka na nandoon na kilala mo naman siya pero pag nagsalita na siya ganito na siya ngayon and minsan hindi ko ma-relate sa pagkakakilala ko sa kanya sa sinasabi niya ngayon. So I think yun, it's affecting really.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you have said, Miss Irene. And I also think na parang like, you know, the media is being demonized in a way. They're being villainized. Kumbaga, parang sinasabi na kapag nagbalita ka ng ganito, some people are saying na you're biased. And you know, when people doubt the media, the journalists, the journalism per se, like, you know, kasi they're the ones that should be telling the truth, and they are. But like, if this is being villainized, people, do you think people become more susceptible to receiving or like perceiving fake news? Because the media itself is being, you know, villainized.
Yeah, kasi alam mo yon, parang, di ba yung sense of judgment, nakukuha mo yon as a media practitioner over the years, kung ano yung newsworthy. Pero, minsan, dahil sa nangyayaring ito, mapapatanong ka din sa sarili mo na, parang, we should air this story also because they will think na ganito, ganyan, ganyan. Pero konti naman talaga yung tao. Pero, parang lagi ka nang i-question dun sa sense of judgment mo na dati naman wala ito because you've been in that craft. Alam mo to nakuha mo na to sa ilang taon na pagpa-practice, no? So, yun, na may nangyaring ganon.
All right, thank you so much for that. I have another, I guess, follow-up questions because I think just a follow-up opinion, because you have mentioned earlier about trolls, and hopefully they are really trolls. And you have mentioned also that there are actual people who are believing this. Do you think that there is some kind of like herd influence when people believe that a lot of people are like demonizing the media? Others as well believe that the media is biased as well, like a herd influence because of the trolls?
Yes, oo. Nagkaroon siya ng influence. It made an influence. Also, I think maybe because si Facebook din, 'di ba, yung ginawa niya na what, parang kunyari, you viewed this and then it will give you a lot of these things na. I think that also, in a way, di ba, parang kung halimbawa, Dilawan ang tingin sa'yo, tapos you viewed something like about Dilawan stories, and then suddenly you get all of this. And then, kung ikaw naman nanood ka, you watch this kind of thing on Facebook, because admittedly, si Facebook pa rin talaga yung karamihan ng masa, hindi Twitter, no? So, nakaapekto siya. Kaya may mga kakilala ka na gano'n na din siya yung pagtingin, maybe because Facebook is feeding them ng ganito na mga stories na lumalabas sa kanya. Plus, yun, siguro minsan mahirap talaga. Lawyers, may mga kilala akong lawyers na ganito pa rin mag-isip. I don't know. Minsan ako nagtataka, nagko-question din, bakit ganun?
Yeah, thank you very much for that very insightful answer. And I also have to agree with that. I think it has something to do with Facebook algorithms as well. So, again, okay, do you have more to say pa? Okay. Thank you so much for that, Kuya Jello.
Ayan, thank you po, Miss Irene. Well, in fact, totoo na for me in my own note, sobrang laki ng kawalan nung na-shutdown ng ABS-CBN dahil nawawalan kasi tayo ng point of comparison. Ano yung alam mo yung available information, need kasi natin yun right now, especially na sobrang kalat at sobrang hirap na i-identify ng kung ano yung tunay na factual information. Kasi even munti ka na ako mabiktima ng misinformation, and I am really thankful na I was able to be more critical. Kasi dun ako talaga sabi ko, ang hirap pala talaga nang wala ang ABS-CBN. And hindi naman to sa pagiging bias, pero ABS-CBN has always been one of the things na one of the networks na nakabuo na talaga ng credibility sa Pilipinas. And ayun po, may follow-up question lang po ako. Okay lang po kung hindi niyo po to sasagutin dahil medyo controversial po yung magiging tanong. Tingin niyo po ba na parang one of the arguments na meron ang House of Representatives ay question nila yung nationality ng president and CEO. So, kung okay lang po na sagutin niyo yung tanong or tingin niyo po masyadong controversial, do you think po na parang isa siya sa rason kung bakit, kasi nasa constitution po natin na 60% po ang Filipino ownership at 40% ang foreign. So tingin niyo po ba it's one na parang reason kung bakit shut down ang ABS-CBN?
At that time naman, hindi na siya yung president, di ba? It was Carlo Katigbak na. It was not Gabby Lopez anymore. Pero again, no, biased siguro na eto ako yung sumasagot, being a former ABS-CBN employee. Pero lahat naman kasi, di ba, parang yun nga, it's a numbers game at the end of the day. Hindi na nga siya umabot sa di ba? Nasa committee pa lang. Wala na. So I think it's really it's not really like yung issue talaga na technical na because of the violations. I don't think so.
Ayan. Thank you po, Miss Irene. So I think we can proceed to our next question.
Before that,
I think merong gusto yatang sabihin si Professor Melay.
Yes. No, in addition lang, kasi yung, di ba, inaano nga nila, no, parang in a way, foreign intervention yun, di ba? Which I think is it's not credible. Kasi, proud nga sila na province na lang tayo ng China, di ba? So, I don't think it holds water. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you, Pa.
Okay. So, I think the way to really view the ABS-CBN episode is really to look at it as a retaliatory thing, no? Ibig sabihin, kasi public din naman yan na personal niya, nagalit siya, 'di ba? Sa ABS. Para lang yung estudyante ka, meron kang reklamo sa teacher mo, pinagsakan ng teacher mo, 'di ba? 'Di ba? And that is against an independent, di ba? That is not supposed to happen in the context of an independent media. Retaliatory acts are not supposed to be part of the equation pagdating dyan. So to me, that is what it was all about. It was a retaliatory action on the part of President Duterte.
Ayan, so meron pa po ba kayong follow-up questions? Ayan, so I think wala na po. So thank you so much po, Professor Melay and Miss Irene. So next question naman po for Dr. Dexter Galban. So the question is, as NCR and most of the Philippines are now in alert level 2, what are your opinions on the sudden surge of people going into public establishments now that most restrictions have been lifted? Do you think lifting the restrictions is a wise decision made by the government?
Thank you for that question. It's very important to note that the lifting of restrictions is qualified, no? And it has to have reached a particular level for us to lower the restrictions. This was laid out through the different segments that were previously announced, wherein you would need to fulfill a particular criteria before your location has been given a new classification. So with regards to the lifting of the restrictions, and is it okay for people to go out? Of course, it's okay. It's wonderful that the number of cases of COVID-19 has been going down. Pababa na po yung kaso, which is good, yes. But the thing is, and this is something that we have always championed ever since, even when the cases were high, and when there was a need for people to go out for as part of their work, as part of procuring essential goods, would be to have cautious optimism. That I think that's a very important term, cautious optimism. Because even though the cases are going down, kahit bumababa na po yung bilang ng mga kaso, napakahalaga pa rin na mag-ingat. There is still this important drive for us to ensure that we keep ourselves safe. And when you ask the question, do you think it's wise to lift the restrictions? It is also important to look at it in the context of the impact of lockdowns and shutting down of particular access to essential goods and services and or access of people to general mobility to the economic side. Napakahalagang aspeto nun. Especially we're entering Christmas season, especially that this is probably one of the most important economic periods of the country, what we call typically the Christmas rally. High consumer spending because of it's the holidays and a last chance for different businesses, small businesses and large businesses to earn for the benefit of their employees as well as for the country. Um, it is okay for the restrictions to have been lifted. However, it's also important to match this with an equally strong vaccination program. At this point in time, I do not believe that purely lockdowns, would resolve the issue of COVID-19. We've done it in the past. We've had pocket shutdowns and lockdowns. They have not been fully effective. At this point in time, what we need would be to fully boost the vaccination rate and at the same time ensure that every Filipino who is eligible becomes vaccinated. Of course, in order of priority from our health workers to our elderly to those with comorbidities and the like. And at the same time, taking into account that this matters to young people because the thought of face-to-face classes have already been put on the table and a lot of schools are already launching programs and plans for it to be rolled out. It is absolutely pertinent for us to ensure that all of the Filipino children or Filipino youth be vaccinated in order for us to somehow get a semblance of the quote-unquote normalcy that we were used to before. But again, we have to practice cautious optimism. It's good the cases are going down, it's good that vaccinations are going, but for us to suddenly come in and resume quote-unquote life as usual from before the pandemic immediately without, of course, taking into consideration personal protective equipment like your masks, ensuring that we still practice social distancing, and ensuring that we are able to respect the restrictions of different establishments. Of course, it can be a bit of a hassle, more so that you would have to fill out forms, do contact tracing, and ensure that you're wearing your protective equipment when you go out in public. It can still be a hassle, but it is important for us to practice that cautious optimism when it comes to healthcare because the truth of the matter is we're still in a pandemic and we're hoping that we will stave off another wave of COVID-19 infections.
Thank you so much for that very insightful answer. I just have like a follow-up questions because you have mentioned about the necessity of the vaccination program, but in most rural areas, especially in the remote areas, people are still unwilling to get vaccinated. Do you think that the government is doing enough efforts to get these people vaccinated or to just convince them to get vaccinated?
There needs to be adequate incentive for people to become vaccinated. Just telling people to get vaccinated straight out of the gate will not be effective. Why? There were actually a lot of studies done before. If I remember correctly, the vaccination project study from a couple years back looked at the willingness of Filipinos to accept vaccination, both in terms of safety, importance, and value. I believe in 1990 or early 90s, the perception towards vaccination was a high 93% roughly, right? Roughly 20 years later, 2015, 25 years later, 2015, vaccination acceptance or the positive view towards vaccination was about 95%. So roughly 25 years. It increased to 3%. But then by 2018, the vaccination confidence level of Filipinos dropped to, if I remember correctly, anything between 40% or so. Why is that? Because there was this demoralizing and trust degrading issues related to vaccination. And you can all identify that as the Vaxxia scandal, wherein we had to actively, aggressively convince people to become vaccinated, with a lot of people already staying away from vaccines. Ayaw na magpabakuna ng Pilipino. Why? Because even vaccines such as polio, vaccines for your measles, ayaw na. And what we saw was a surge in these cases that we were once able to already stay off from. They were considered novelty already in the hospitals. Dati makakita ka ng kaso ng measles hospital, consider na yun as interesting case kasi halos wala ng cases na nakikita. In the same way that polio was considered to be considered special already. So with that level of confidence degraded, one of the major concerns really was to rebuild the trust and confidence of Filipinos when it comes to vaccination. So what this needs would be probably tying vaccination incentives probably to additional probably support. Of course, we have to provide the basic incentives, no? But at the same time, probably more incentives for them to be vaccinated. And second, to increase the information campaign that is appropriate for public consumption. Because sometimes it can be very overwhelming when you sputter a lot of these technical terms to the general public na nakaka-overwhelm. It's very important to highlight to them the issues on safety and the efficacy, as well as the value of the vaccination, to not only to themselves but also to the general population. So it's also good to complement that with interagency collaboration that's happening across the board when it comes to the vaccination place. Otherwise, you have to somehow marry that program with other existing government programs just to further push people to be vaccinated. Whether you tie that up with the ongoing TUPAD program, or you tie that up with additional release of conditional cash transfers, among others, it's very important to push incentives and information at the same time.
All right. Thank you so much for that very informative answer, Dr. Dexter. Okay. I think Kuya Jala has something to say.
Hello po, Doc Dex. So, question lang po. Kasi ang composition po natin ngayon ng ating IAF ay mga retired militaries, etc., etc. And compared dun sa ibang bansa, hindi ko po matandaan kung ito po ba ay Italy or sa Europe, na ang composition nila ng kanilang isang agency na lalaban sa COVID war ay mga medical workers, healthcare workers, and doctors. So tingin nyo po ba it's necessary na para magkaroon ng recomposition sa members of IAF para mas maging comprehensive yung atake natin against COVID-19 pandemic?
I think it would be strategic to have even more medical health professionals within the team. However, I would be also in agreement that there also needs to be a level of law enforcement when it comes to the composition of the team. Why is that? Because I currently serve on the Commission on Population and Development's Board of Commissioners. And I have had the privilege to see that within that board, napakaganda ng dynamic of having different perspectives when it comes to tackling an issue. Within the Board of Commissioners of POPCOM, we have DOH, we have DILG, we have DSWD, we have DepEd, and the dynamic interplay of these different government agencies discussing critical issues on population and development, safety, education, among other things, were very critical to our capability to roll out projects and programs for nation building. So it would not be far off to think that having the inclusion or including the medical professionals, more health professionals, actually not just medical professionals, health professionals, because you need more than just doctors in the fight for COVID-19. You need nurses, you need medtechs, you have so many health professionals doing critical roles alongside law enforcement. Why? Because you need to coordinate distribution of goods. You need to ensure that there is no hoarding. You need to ensure that there is safety when it comes to particularly restricted areas. So you need to coordinate these things effectively. At the same time, you need to juxtapose this also with effective information dissemination. Your DICT, your DepEd will come into play. The coordination possibly with DSWD when it comes to disbursement of your highly anticipated ayuda, probably release of cash, conditional cash transfers, among many things. You need more than just a single voice within that group. And that variety is important in order to ensure that all voices are heard so that we can attack this more holistically.
Thank you po, Doc Dexter.
Okay, so I think we have another question for Dr. Dexter. Maybe we can proceed to that. All right. So here we go. Most but not all healthcare workers see the Philippines as a training ground before going to other countries to practice. What do you think should be done in order to address this concern?
Great. This hits home. This hits home very well. Why? Because apart from having my medical training, I'm also a nurse. So this is something that is very prominent, and I have seen this happen over the past few years. So really, what happens here is that a lot of Filipinos, once they get their degrees, particularly in the healthcare sector, once they get their degrees and gain a couple of years experience, the goal really is to fly and to go to another country and earn a living there, if not to fully settle in that country. So that's very dangerous for the Philippines. Why? Because some of our best talents are leaving the country. What we need is to provide better incentives for them to stay here. Recently, and this is a little bit of nurse-related discussion, we were able to see the DBM provide guidelines because of the passing of the Pakis ruling that was raised to the Supreme Court that would adjust the wages of nurses. And of course, this had a whole lot of hullabaloo because it would entail releasing a lot of more funds, managing the potential wage distortion, moving of positions in government, and providing adequate compensation based on the new classifications, among other things. But the thing is, even with that, compared to what an entry-level nurse would get abroad, it's still far, very far. More so if you're gonna juxtapose that, pag kinumpara mo yung kita ng isang nurse abroad and a private sector nurse in the Philippines, for example, sobrang layo. To the point where it's not even sufficient to respond to the daily needs of our healthcare workers. More so during the pandemic, right? Wherein a lot of healthcare workers ended up even staying in the hospital for extended periods of time, or for those that are unable to get their hazard pay. These are challenges within the health sector that are really driving people to move out of the country. So there really needs to be a mechanism or somehow a stronger drive to increase wages, not only of healthcare workers, but provide social support, not only to a particular segment of society, let's say the health sector, but to the entire country. And I wanted to highlight this a while ago during the earlier discussion regarding contractualization and all of that. What the country needs more of, not only the increase in wages, but better social protection. We just had a discussion in our board meeting the other day when we looked at the recent data that based on the 17 regions of the country, there are only 3 or 4 regions that are considered to be self-sustaining in terms of demographics, meaning that the people who are earning are capable of supplying social support or enough income for the region itself to sustain itself for issues on social pension and other public good services. So very integral that we get all of our health professionals, all of our workers, actually all professions to stay within the country and find opportunities here. And it's a matter really of opening the gateways for development, not just in one particular area, but in different areas within the Philippines. And since we're talking about population, segue ko na rin lang that what we are really looking forward to is a distribution of opportunities away from our typical hotspots. Because if you are going to look at the data, um, a significant portion of economic growth within the Philippines happens only within three major areas. And that causes the rest of the country to lag. What we are pushing for is for opportunities not only in terms of healthcare, but also in terms of the other sectors to boom in other areas so that there would be no need for congestion and at the same time boost the quality of life and even opportunities for employment in other parts of the country.
All right, thank you so much for that very comprehensive answer. And I couldn't agree more. I just also think that the government should do more than just glorifying the jobs, especially of the healthcare workers. Okay, does anyone here have any more follow-up questions or opinions regarding what we have just discussed? Maybe we can now proceed to our next. All right.
Ayan. So next question po would be low pay, high risk. Why do you think our government is having a hard time increasing our healthcare workers' compensation during this pandemic?
Great.
Dr. Dex. Yeah.
Hey, great. Thank you for this. This has been a challenge for a long period of time. The truth of the matter is this issue has been here even before the pandemic. The primary reason why it has been highlighted now is because of the spotlight on the healthcare sector because we're in a pandemic. The truth of the matter is there have been a lot of problems, not just in this administration, but in all previous administrations when it comes to healthcare. But what has happened was that it has only been magnified right now, even more because of the systemic gaps that were easily seen because of the pandemic. So low pay, high risk. That's a very heartbreaking thing to see. No, why is the government having a difficult time increasing compensation? One, it would have to take into account not just the healthcare sector, but everyone else. When it comes to compensation, you have to talk about different components. You have your wages, you have your hazard pay, your protection, among others. So you would have to ensure that when you increase the wages of a particular sector, it doesn't somehow create what you call wage distortion. And I think some of our lawyers or probably labor experts would be able to discuss this a little bit better. But when you have wage distortion, no, a particular sector or group will end up having higher compensation, way higher compensation than another group, which can cause issues from sector to sector. The teachers will ask, why do they get so much more, even if we're supposed to be in the same salary grade? Why are they getting a lot more public support when they are practically in the same level, quote unquote, in terms of classification? This is more easily understandable when you take into account that in government, when you're a government worker, whether a teacher, a nurse, a doctor, you're classified based on what you call a salary grade. So changing that instinctively would be very difficult. Now, how do we resolve this? This will be coming in the form of your additional incentives and hazard pays, among others. So do not have a concrete answer as to why we are unable to provide more incentives to them. Actually, one of the biggest issues right now is even the release of PhilHealth benefits. Because even before the pandemic, for example, not only the patients are waiting for release of funding from PhilHealth, but at the same time also the health professionals, for example, your doctors, who have been waiting to get their PhilHealth compensation from the agency, making it very difficult for them to continue operations. I actually have known of a case, for example, of a hospital that had to shut down because it was already actually not just one, but quite a number of hospitals that had to shut down operations because they were waiting for PhilHealth disbursements for them to pay their employees and continue operations, but have been unable to do so because of delayed payments. And as of such, were forced to close down. Hospitals closing down during a pandemic is absolutely ludicrous because we need as many hands on deck. And that is why we need to look into how we can better improve the efficiency and effectiveness of government agencies when it comes to supporting healthcare. Of course, we know that it is overwhelming, particularly with claims happening left and right. But somehow we have to ensure that regardless of what happens, the well-being of our healthcare workers who are there defending us against COVID-19, who are the front lines, sacrificing their lives, not seeing their families for months on end, getting sick, to be well protected, and at the same time, the general public to be given the opportunity to seek healthcare by having more options for healthcare and not allowing these healthcare institutions to shut down because of delays in terms of operations or financial disbursement.
Ayan, thank you po, Doc Tex.
All right, that was one very insightful answer. And I think we can now proceed to a question directed to Professor Tuanyo. Okay, Professor Tuanyo. So we have a question here. During the Duterte administration, various political standpoints divided the country. With this, how do you think these political standpoints affect the results of the upcoming 2022 national election?
Sorry, can you just explain? Yeah, good afternoon again, Joyce. Can you just explain the political standpoints that were being an issue here? So, for my understanding of the question, these political standpoints are maybe the political divisions that we have actually faced. We are facing now.
Professor, clarify ko lang po. Same question lang po kay Doc Dex, yung about po sa low pay, high risk, pero sa economic side naman po tayo.
Okay. Pero itong mga political standpoints is the same as the low pay, high risk problem. I mean the issue of how government can increase compensation across the bureaucracy.
I think the question to be answered is this one rather than the one presented earlier. Just in an economic perspective, low pay, high risk, why do you think our government is having a hard time increasing our healthcare workers' compensation during the pandemic?
Okay, so I think the issue of this low pay, is because of the problem. Well, in a pandemic situation, we know that government revenues have gone down. And therefore, despite the problem or despite government legislating to the bayanihan, the bayanihan law, providing for additional pay for our medical workers. One issue that is actually faced that the government is facing is in this pandemic, how can actually it maintain the amount of revenues that actually it has. So one issue is the government revenues and the need, for example, to make sure that other government programs are also budgeted. Secondly, as you know, the government has also seen as an increase in its public debt, and because it doesn't have those revenues, it has to borrow actually from abroad. So, and given that other countries during this pandemic are also undertaking similar undertaking also borrowings, so the government is actually having a hard time also raising all of these revenues. So the issue of the lack of enough resources, no, to fund all of these payments is an issue that the government actually is also facing, no. Besides yung payments to health workers, no, there are also other expenses, no, that the government has to pay for, no. Yung nga, meron din siyang commitments to infrastructure and then also so on.
Ayan, thank you po, Professor. So I think we could move na sa next question. Ayan. This question is for Professor Carmel Abao. Professor Melay. During the Duterte administration, various political standpoints divided the country. With this, how do you see this or how do you think these political standpoints affect the results of the upcoming 2022 national elections?
The question is affect the how it will affect the who people will vote for, ganun ba?
Yes po, the results of the upcoming 2022 national elections.
All right. Well, you know, every election is a referendum, no? It's I'm supposed to be writing about this, wala lang panahon talaga, pero it really has to be framed as that. It's a referendum. So, ang issue lagi sa isang eleksyon ay, do we want continuity or do we want change? It's always that, no? And because, well, in the first place, si President Duterte is in fact running di ba? As senator. And of course, they're very clear allies, no? And he represents a certain kind of governance. So yung lahat ng nabanggit natin, gusto ba natin yung i-continue? Of course, ang narratives ng nasa allies niya ay in fact they're better versions, di ba? Parang si Marcos Jr., parang better version pa nga siya ng father niya, di ba? So yun isang of continuity in the sense na very successful talaga ang historical revisionism kasi parang Bongbong Marcos is now just another candidate. Like he's just one of them, no? Nawala yung lahat ng issues of injustices during the martial law era. And that is what, if you ask me, that part of continuity is really just the continuation of a democracy that accepts authoritarianism. Yun yung sinasabi ko kaninang may binabago sa notion ng democracy, 'di ba? Na kasi nga very popular sila, ang central idea sa democracy ay consent. So hanggat may consent sila, kahit hindi mo tinitignan yung quality ng consent na yon o yung outcomes ng consent na yon, they're still very legitimate. So that kind is one question, di ba? The other naman, in terms of change, depende din yan, what kind of change do you want and who can deliver that change? Okay? So, elections it's a time really for us to think about, I guess, both the singer and the song. 'Di ba? Kasi ang isang singer, kahit galing niya kumanta, kung pangit talaga yung kanta, pangit pa rin. Minsan naman, pangit talaga yung song, kahit galing ng singer, wala pa rin. So, halimbawa, yung sa healthcare, sa huli, talaga yan mathematics and science. Kaya ako I'm harping on the education because, it's mathematics, diba? That's public investment, right? You have to really invest in healthcare because, for example, yung sa COVID, ang tanong dun kasi parang, bakit hindi pwedeng magkasakit? Diba? Dapat kasi okay lang magkasakit kasi may healthcare system ka na mag-aalaga sa'yo na hindi ka mamamatay. Diba? Ang nangyari kasi sa atin, kaya din lockdown kasi diba, parang bawal ka magkasakit, which is not supposed to be the case, especially in a situation where you have a very large OFW population that is very mobile. They will definitely need healthcare. Magkakasakit yan at magkakasakit. So ang change dyan is, number one, do you prioritize to what extent do you prioritize? Kasi limitado ang kaban. So kung yan lang yung kaban, ilalagay mo ba yan sa healthcare? Right? More than, for example, if you ask me parang, my God, kayo talaga tayo mag-anti-terrorism? Di ba? Is there really an enemy greater than COVID? Right? So I think the problems of healthcare, etc., it's a question really of prioritization. And I think this is where Duterte really, did not deliver kasi ang rhetoric niya, strong man siya, political will siya, di ba? Yung, di niya nagawa. Hindi niya ginawa. Di ba? And mathematics yon in the sense, dapat sure ka may papasok. Tapos yung papasok, sure ka na maayos distribution. And that means zero corruption. Di ba? Because the money that's supposed to be earmarked for healthcare should really go to healthcare. Look at where it went. It went to overpriced face shields and all that. No? So in other words, it has really to be systemic in the sense na dapat hindi yung patronage lang, depende kung sinong malapit sa kusina, yun lang maambunan, di ba? Tapos, yun nga, walang corruption. So, I think the extent of change will really depend also on yung diskurso natin na paano ba talaga natin paano talaga natin solve yung mga problema natin. So, how will this affect? What's really at stake is our democracy, as I said, and it's also our lives, diba? Because this is a health crisis. So, I would dare to say that because of the very authoritarian means by which they're addressing the health pandemic, diba? Hindi siya talaga na-resolve. The question of who is managing the crisis, right? Of course, there should be nandiyan dapat security forces kasi it's an issue also of compliance. But the issue of compliance is also an issue of communication. It's an issue of social mobilization. It's an issue of getting the trust of people. It's not military, diba? So, hindi talaga pwede yung macho-macho lang. Di ba? Hindi talaga, I don't think that's compatible with COVID response. In fact, if you look at the other countries, di ba, the more successful ones are really just those who rely on science. No? Are those who rely on science in making their decisions and at the same time really have institutions that can implement those decisions. Right? Di ba? Science in the sense na proven naman yan eh. May testing ka, may contact tracing ka, may treatment ka, may isolation ka, ano pa bang hinanap natin? Diba? Ang ginawa sa atin, kinulong lang tayo. Pero hindi yan. Tapos, yun pang ating healthcare workers. Diba? How can healthcare workers give care if they are not in the best of conditions? Diba? I mean, the healthcare workers are really right in saying na parang hindi kami suicide squad. Di ba? Manggagawa kami. Di ba? Nobody should ask that of people na kasi mataas na nga ang risk Alam nila profession nila yan. They will go to work. But to ask of them to go to work without any conditions for safety, for di ba? Parang ba't ka papasok kung wala ka man lang health insurance? Wala ka, di ba? Ano kayo, alay? Di ba? Parang offering lang. No? So, anyway, so I think, I guess my basic point is that COVID will also be really an electoral issue. But as I said, ang mga tao, hindi ito magiging issue ng continuity and change if they really do not connect their problems to government. Diba? Hanggat hindi nila nakikita yung connection na yan, I think they will vote for the same, celebrities and popular people. So it's really, there's a lot at stake in 2022. So, and one of these is really COVID response in terms of health, in terms of the economy, in terms of education, uh, uh, etc. And I think the challenge is to say nga na parang sandali lang, no? Tayo, kahit sino, pwede naman tayo may kanya-kanya tayong mga manok, di ba? Pero at the end of the day, the question is, what do you engage them with, right? And I think we should all engage our candidates, no, to prioritize certain things, no, like as I said, COVID response. So hindi dapat na parang tayo-tayo, di ba? Parang dapat sila ang ano natin, no? Kasi the problem with Philippine politics is that more or less we know who is going to govern us. So that could be either, sino ba ngayon? Bongo, Marcos Jr., it could be Leni Robredo, it could be Isko Moreno, it could be Pacquiao, etc. We know them, eh? We know the personalities, but somehow we never know how we will be governed. Right? Kasi una, people lie during election campaigns. Also because there are no political parties that will say this is part of our program. Okay? Pangalawa, yun nga, very low level of critical thinking. Di ba? Ang sa akin, yun lang panawagan ko this election, tama na yung loyalismo. Di ba? Di ba? Parang, doesn't mean anything, you're loyalist to this and that. No. Di ba? What do you want that person to do if he or she is elected into office? Di ba? And then you assess if yung sinasabi niyang gagawin niya ba talaga? And of course, with the advent of fake news, etc., that is much more difficult. Ang hirap mag-filter kung ano ang totoo at hindi. So, yeah, that is our challenge. The thing is, ang elections really, the kita mo yung elections natin, it really reflects society, eh, 'di ba? Yung may mayaman, may mahirap, but at the same time, it's really a tool for us to change our society. So that has also to be part of the political discourse. So, I don't know if I answered the question, did I? Parang hirap kasi ng question, eh.
Yeah. Yes, but that was a very good synthesis po. Yeah, thank you so much. I think Dr. Dexter Galvan has something to say. The floor is now yours po.
Thank you for that. I absolutely agree with what Fresh About mentioned. No, and I have to highlight this notion. The question is, how do you think these political standpoints affect the results? I don't think that it should be a question even. I think it should be a notion that we should make these political standpoints affect the upcoming 2022 elections in a way that we make them matter. We make them discussion points and metrics for the candidates that are currently running. Because remember, it's one thing to win an election. It's another thing to govern after. Those are two very different things. You can be a very popular, winnable candidate, but to actually do the work and govern well is a whole different story. Now, what we need to do is make these discussion points, all of these things that we have had concerns with in the past, whether you agree with them, with the current administration, whether you oppose it, it's very important for us to talk about them fully now and go beyond the usual things that we usually would see on social media, where there is this very obvious lack of discourse. It's either you're with us, you're against us. Kapag hindi ka kakampi, ikaw ay, let's say, for lack of a better term, quote-unquote, bobo, or walang alam, or walang pinag-aralan, or hindi nag-iisip. The level of discourse ends there. What we should do for the upcoming 2022 elections really is to look at all of these things which we may have had issues with over the past few years, whether again agree with them or disagree with them, and use them as launching pads for us to talk with other people why it is important for us to use these as metrics in assessing who we should vote for or who we should support for our country's next leadership come 2022. So hopefully everyone has registered and everyone would be ready to vote this coming May 2022.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dexter. And I have to agree with that because social media, especially Facebook, has been very much hostile, and we have been very much hostile to one another. And I think that's something that we have to work on. We have to communicate across political differences in a healthier way so that we get to learn about each other's perspective, just like what I always try to reflect on. No one can see the world in the exact same lens as you do. That's why we should try to really communicate why such people think this way. Anyway, I think we can now proceed to our next question. All right, this is again for Professor Abao.
And so for our next question, do you think registration and voting shall be made obligatory again for the purpose of broadening the electoral mass base and thereby making democracy more of a reality through increased popular participation in the government?
Wait lang. Yung obligatory kasi, 'di ba right to suffrage to eh. 'Di ba? So, I think it should be also part of that. It's a right, it's a freedom. Pag sinabi mong obligatory kasi parang, ano ba ibig sabihin ninyo? Parang may sanction kung hindi ka nag-register, hindi ka nagboto. Sa akin kasi ang sanction, pag hindi ka nag-register, hindi ka boto, well, you get the government that is elected. 'Di ba? Parang, isn't that enough sanction? Kasi ang election parang reward punishment din yan, 'di ba? So, ang increased popular participation kasi is marami din yan kasing meaning. Of course, that's always in numbers, because we have the notion now of a majoritarian democracy, right? So numbers really matter. In our case, for example, what actually needs reform is the idea that we accept, minority presidents. Ang pinaka-minority now was, I think, Fidel Ramos. It was 23% lang yata ng vote. Ibig sabihin, hindi man lang 50% plus 1. Right? And you should expect that in 2022, because of the number of players, kung walang magbaback out dyan, we are definitely going to have a minority president. And that would be problematic in the sense na, tawag nito, to get kasi support, you have to be a majority. You have to be a majority in the House, you have to be a majority in the Senate, and therefore, kung minority president ka, ibig sabihin, you'll have to coalesce or to make alliances. And, historically, that's also how the pork barrel was born, in the sense na minority president ka, how do you get the legislature? Bayaran mo. There's the question, there's the issue of money, and funds that go to politicians. So, eto, I think popular participation kasi should be a product of critical thinking, right? And a politics that is really free. Ngayon kasi ang hirap, why will you participate when you know you're at the risk of dying or at the risk of going to jail? Diba? Why will people participate? No? So real participation cannot happen in an atmosphere of fear. No? So that's the first thing. Hindi mo pwedeng, paano tayo mangingialam kung konting ano lang, mag-red tag ka, yeah. So that's number one. Yeah, I don't really understand paano gusto niyo sagutin itong question na to. Basta alam ko lang, yung registration and voting, it's not really obligatory in the sense that there are sanctions if you do not do that. Kasi nga, elections is about consent, no? It's about it's consent. And then democracy, more of a reality. Yeah, increased popular participation is increased, demand. You have to be able to make claims on government, and then there's accountability, there's transparency. Okay, yun yung popular participation. Yun ang nawala actually. wala tayo at all political participation in the sense na paano ka mag-participate, may supermajority na agad. Diba? So the absence of an opposition is also indicative that there is no popular participation. No? Because there's no filtering, there's no engagement. Diba? A society naman is never homogeneous. Diba? May bata, may matanda, may babae, may lalaki, may mahirap, lahat yan dapat represented sa political discourse natin at sa policy making natin. And that has never happened in the past 5 years. What matters lang is allied ka ba ni Duterte or critic ka? Yun lang ang dalawa. So kung allied ka, kasama ka sa political participation. Pag critic ka, like Laila de Lima, doon ka sa kulungan. Or di ba, parang like ABS-CBN, wala ka franchise. So, yeah. So, what is at stake in 2022 is that democratic space. No? How do you bring that back na pwede talaga tayo diskurso na hindi tayo takot. Diba? For, yung nga sabi ko, for yung kanina, yung retaliatory action. And that's not just from government. You know, I write for Rappler, right? And every time I write, I really get messages like in my inbox sa Facebook na parang, uy, sana ma-rape ka. Yung mga ganyan, ang tindi talaga ng mga sinusulat. Buti na lang sinabi ng anak ko, uy, mami, pwede mong baguhin yung settings na yan. Pwede palang hindi pumasok yung mga messages. No? But really, it's so, but I don't really, parang I'm so used to it in the sense na dapat maintindihan mo rin. You're working with algorithms, you're working with artificial intelligence, you're working with, of course, there are operators and people behind them. But in that kind, magsusulat ka pa rin ba? Ang sagot ko, in my case, magsusulat ako kasi kaya ko naman depensahan yung sinusulat ko. Diba? Hindi naman to personalan. Diba? Parang I will say the same thing for anyone who does the same thing. Right? That's my definition of walang personalan. And yeah, but to be able to do that, well, it's so much better nga sana kung wala yung atmosphere of fear, of yung ganyan na talagang, wow, sino ba naman tong mga nagsusulat ng ganyan na grabe talaga yung attack. And I know it's really algorithm because I even did some experiment. I will write something publicly. I will not say names. Once I say names, ayan na. Grabe na talaga. So you will grabe yung attack, no? So you can really see what's at work here. So in that kind of environment, you can't even talk of increased popular participation. No? There's no participation at all because people are scared to participate.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Abel. And I would just like to acknowledge Professor Philip Arnold Duaño for being with us. Thank you so much for spending time to discuss with us in this roundtable discussion. It's an honor to have you here, and your presence just made this discussion more meaningful. Thank you so much po.
Ayan, I think we can move on na. For our next question kay Mr. Castillo. In 2019, the Supreme Court affirmed the President's decision to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. Do you think that it discredited our country's commitment to uphold human rights in view of other countries?
Okay, this is quite really a controversial one, and actually, this is something not directly under my office, and whatever I will say here is just more purely my personal opinion. What we are doing, for example, from our office is that we gather for example, the position for a particular matter, like this one, the ICC withdrawal, and we will submit that with the approval of our principals and even a signature of a memo to our secretary, and then that memo shall also go to the president. So at this juncture, or at this moment, these matters are purely basically have been submitted for the consideration of the president. at times, our opinions, for example, our views, and even our recommendations are different from the recommendations of the president. However, the president, as the architect, okay, the chief architect of our foreign relations, he is the one who will provide, for example, the final recommendation for such. And for this matter, I can say it is it is more of a recommendation coming from the president, and it's basically we don't wish to, for example, paint a picture, but these are more of the those ways and forms of our president on how to make these things more complicated than usual. So I'm not really keen to discuss this because this is not really under my purview. This is if I am my concern portfolios I discussed earlier is on environmental security and all and sciences, and I'm thankful as well for giving me a chance to speak about it. It's Division 2 of our office. This particular item is specifically under Division 6, so this is not really within my purview. So I can't give enough, but so it's more of I just give you the process and how we come up with that. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you po Kuya Kid.
Okay, I think we have another question for Mr. Castillo. All right, here we go. How do you think the territorial dispute, I think, Kuya Jello, can you
Ayan. Kuya Kit, do you think it's okay to answer this one, or do you have a purview with regards to this question?
Yeah, it is common and usual what we have encountered these questions, and we always have been following the 2016 tribunal decision favored of the Philippines, our country, and we still uphold that. And in addition to, we are still the words of our secretary reverberates that still also aside from West Philippine Sea, Sabah is ours. But there are still other matters that, for example, that weakens for now. So I think these are two, given your initial question earlier, and this one, these two issues in particular are something that should be properly, held and should be properly accounted to the next president, next chief architect of our country to have a good stronghold on these issues, because these key issues are something that really gives us a lot of headaches. For example, I myself, I mentioned earlier, I handle environmental security. And during, for example, environmental security, we do have this convention on biodiversity. We have the Dugong Convention, for example, the CITES, the illegal trade of species, and these are interconnected basically with the territory that we got. So we're moving towards this environmental because these are conventions in which our friendly neighbor is a co-signatory, and we're checking and making use of this in terms of our for example, keeping the ruling provided by the court, the ICC ruling tribunal court on our jurisdiction on the area. So still these are interrelated, and we're working hard. And we do have, for example, we have spent a hefty amount of money for us to spend some time for the maritime experts that we have. I myself is not a maritime expert, but currently I'm handling issues, for example, on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So we are setting that up. For example, what are the other correlated or juxtaposed laws and bills and conventions that may help bolster up our claims for this issue? So on top of what's happening at the moment now, that we have this thing happening on WPS, West Philippine Sea, and we all know there are countries. You mentioned here our international relations. We are countries. Actually, we're always been. This is our role. If we do have, for example, a bilateral relations with countries, we also have multilateral relations. So for the concept of bilateral is more of a country-to-country approach, and multilateral is more of us Philippines and the rest of the country through the UN, for example, as a multilateral platform. So we're using both of those platforms to leverage and to speak up. To be honest, the president has always been, for example, been courteous and been, hindi niya ni-remove eh. When we give the script, for example, for him to mention on the United Nations General Assembly and mention and state the fact that we own the West Philippine Sea, he doesn't remove it. I mean, he even emphasized it in front of the other nations who have submitted and who follow the rule of the law and the rule of the sea, the UNCLOS. So we are gaining grounds with the rest of more and with more countries, though specifically for multilateral, we have seen now what's happening with Myanmar. So as for the ASEAN per se, there are a lot of discussions still going on with the ethical conduct or the rule of the sea here in this area. And sabi, grabe to, tuloy-tuloy to. So dapat, again, a reminder for everyone, since this is a discussion or group discussion, focus group discussion hosted by COMELEC, I'm asking and begging you to continue bulabugin nyo. But anyway, I can recommend more people, better people. We have DJ Bersurto, Conjen Bersurto, who can discuss properly what do we have on this particular matter. And I would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Kuya Keith. So, thank you so much din po sa lahat po ng ating speakers na sumagot po ng questions natin kanina. So, now we are moving forward to our set B ng ating question and answer portion. So, this time naman po, hindi na po siya for specific speakers na lang. So, pwede pong sumagot ang kahit na sino po sa inyo. So, let us start with the first question. So, we have, how do you think the Duterte administration affected the attitude of the people in holding their elected representatives and the government in general accountable? So, anyone can answer for the question.
You may use the raise hand button so we can put you on queue. Again, the question is, how do you think the Duterte administration affected the attitude of the people in holding their elected representatives and the government in general accountable? Anyone can answer.
I can begin with the answer, perhaps.
Yeah, you now have the floor.
Yeah. I wish to commend, for example, the administration in terms of one of our pillars in the department is the attention or the assistance to nationals. When you say assistance to nationals, we're providing assistance to all our overseas Filipinos. And the administration has been very, very helpful in terms of that. So we do have, for example, issues, for example, the kafala system in Middle East, and we have USEC Ariola in place inside elected or designated inside the department. And with that, I think we have made a marginal effort, and we are seated in the International Global Compact on Migration, and the Philippines is always on the spotlight of all these things. So in terms of taking care of our overseas Filipino workers, the administration have performed well on this criteria and have done great on this matter. So I think that perception from our OFWs, you will also notice on how they will post it on Facebook, on our social, though it is really an echo chamber, but the things that they have helped, for example, allocating at least 2 billion pesos for the assistance to nationals is a big help for us to run this assistance for our OFWs. We provide, for example, for record-breaking $24 billion for last year as of today. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer, Kuya Kit. Now, the floor is open to anyone who would like to answer our question here. Again, this is a general question, so anyone can answer. You may use the raise hand button if you would like to answer the question flashed on your screen. Okay, I think Professor Abal. Hi, please unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very short lang. I think I mentioned this kanina. I don't think there's Duterte encouraged accountability at all. Diba? I mean, I've never seen a president who will not even submit a SALN or make it sal and transparent. Yeah, so I think this administration has been operating on the basis of, exacting lang loyalties and trust, diba, without, that space to engage it. There's no space to engage in informal institutions like Congress, etc. Parang, may exchange kasi si Duterte na parang basta hayaan nyo lang ako. Diba? I think the past 5 years has all been about that. Just let me do it. Okay, in exchange, you will be safe, you will be better off, you will be, that has always been the bargain, diba? So I think in that kind of bargain where ang hinihingi niya kasi is wala masyadong limit sa governance niya. Walang place for accountability sa ganyang klaseng framework. Like for example, there are funds, of course, for people, but people are not allowed to ask, how did you exactly use that? Right? And we've seen that in so many cases. And yeah, so I think Duterte has actually really demobilized all of us in terms of this accountability. So I have a very pessimistic view when it comes to this question. So, yun lang.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Professor Abel. I think Miss Irene is raising her hand. Hi, please unmute and answer your question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would agree with Professor Abaw. Yung, di ba, anything kasi na sinasabi ng presidente parang nagiging policy. So, ang daming beses na ito yung sasabihin niya tapos magbabaliktad. And nakaka-apekto siya. Tapos parang yun, yung attitude niya na tatay ako. I think parang nung martial law, ganun din, di ba? Na eto, pag sinabi ng tatay, nung unang panahon, pag sinabi ng tatay na ganito, hindi mababali. So, nakaapekto siya dun sa attitude ng karamihan na hindi na lang natatakot, hindi na magtatanong, 'di ba? It scares the people to ask. Pag sinabi niya, eto na 'yon. Magmumura na lang siya everything. And I think nagre-reflect din 'yon kahit na bilang nakakausap ko ang karamihan pag nag-i-interview ka, wala na lang, 'di ba? Natatakot, hindi na magtatanong. So, and at the same time parang nai-encourage din yung nasa mga local positions, mga LGUs, lalo na yung mga ka-aliado na gagawin na din 'yon kasi sinabi ng presidente, eto 'yon. So, yung ganong attitude it affected really yung pagtatanong ng mga karamihan ng tao.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Miss Irene. So, meron pa po ba sa ating guest speakers na gustong humabol at gusto pong magdagdag ng information regarding our question?
If you would like to answer the question, you may use the raise hand button. If you would like to abstain from answering the question, you may use a thumbs up reaction. So we can proceed to our next question. Again, if you would like to answer, just use a raise hand. If you would like to abstain from answering the question, just the thumbs up. Thank you so much. All right, I think our conversation has been going really well. We have discussed so much from the beginning, and it's really nice that we get to see the perspectives of people coming from different fields, diba? Diba, Ate Rina?
Oo, yeah. Tsaka bilang kagaya ko na hindi naman ako, I mean, honestly, hindi naman ako masyadong mapolitical na tao na hindi yung parang super involved. I involve myself, pero hindi yung sobrang involved. Pero dahil dito, syempre, nagkakaroon ako ng ideas. And yung information talaga, it's really helpful para sa darating na election. Kasi ako, I'm now assessing those, yung mga tatakbo na sino ba yung maaaring ganito yung magawa or sino yung pwedeng talagang makakapagpabago nung nararanasan natin ngayon. So, ayan, I think, do you have any additional pa po or we can proceed to our last question na po?
Again, if you would like to answer, just use the raise hand button. If you would like us to proceed to our next question, just use the thumbs up. And again, I have to agree with Ate Reina, especially that we are live on YouTube actually. And syempre, general viewing tayo. It's nice that the people here were able to really explain different different principles in their platforms, in their respective fields, no? Okay, so I would like to congratulate Kamale for this very successful event. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. And let's just wait for their reactions. Would you like to proceed to our next question, or would you like to answer? Okay, do you think we can proceed now to our next question? Thank you so much. We now have our next question. All right. So again, anyone can answer. Just use the raise hand button if you would like to answer the question. Aterina?
So for our last question, what can you say about the Duterte administration's overall performance over the last 6 years? Ayan. So, sino po kaya ang gustong maunang sumagot?
Baga synthesis na to, no? Parang like synthesis now of our whole discussion. Okay, who would want to go first? Just use the raise hand button. I think you can answer from, different perspective, personal perspective, and your, professional perspective. Anything can do, just use the raise hand button and we will be acknowledging you so you can answer our question. Again, for our viewers on YouTube, please use the hashtag end of a regime. You can tag us on your stories. That's at DLSL_Comelec_ on Instagram. Thank you so much for staying with us up until time check. It's already 4:08 in the afternoon. Okay. Let's just wait for the people to raise their hands so we can proceed to our next agenda. Who would want to go first? Okay, I think si Kuya Jello. Char lang. Okay. All right. Hi, Professor Abaw.
Okay. Ako na lang kasi naawa ko sa'yo eh. Tatanong ka. No, I think I've been asked this question and my answer is always, even just based on their own terms of reference, nag-underperform sila. Diba? In terms of COVID na lang, sabi nila, sabi ni President Duterte mismo, by the end of 2020, I think that was it, 2020, 2021, basta mawawala na. Pero, nag-surge, right? So, lahat ng sinasabi nilang goals, hindi nila maabot, right? Hindi nila naabot. Whether that's the economy, that's the healthcare, that's foreign relations, I don't think they really reached. And of course, a lot of the initial promises were never really realized. They promised the end of contractualization. They did not do that. They promised anti-mining. They did not do that. They promised federalism. They did not do that. Okay. They promised an independent foreign policy. No, they pivoted to China. So I think on their own terms, sila kasi nagsabi nun eh, hindi nila natupad yon. On my own terms, which is basically, I cannot think of a democracy without rights. I think it's been very problematic, very unacceptable. So yeah, so I don't think they, kumbaga kung estudyante ko sila, F sila. That is not to say that there are no good people in government, but as a whole, if you ask me, no, they don't deserve a passing grade. So that's it na. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Professor Melay. So, sino pa po ang gustong magdagdag ng answers?
Again, if you would like to answer, just use the raise hand button. If you're good enough with the answer of Professor Abaw, you can use the thumbs up reaction so we can proceed. Thank you so much. Okay. Does anyone else want to answer the question? Okay.
I think they are okay na.
Yeah. Sige, Aterina.
Ayan, so once again, thank you so much po sa ating guest. Yun, si Doc,
Dexter.
Doc Dexter po. Do you want to unload mo?
Okay, take it away, Docs.
So, great and wonderful closing question. No? What can we say about the Duterte administration's overall performance? And the key word here is the Duterte administration. So that involves not just the person at the top, but everyone else. And here's one of the things I need everyone in this call or everyone in this webinar to take into account and always have in your mind that um, you have different people working within the government and you have different partners that are working with the government. And within that spectrum, you would have people that change all the time, particularly the elected, the appointed, etc. But then you also have those who are career government workers, right? And these will stay regardless of who sits at the top. Now let's look at them combined, right? Those that are career government workers and those that are elected and or appointed. There are a lot of things that were done well within the current administration, whether in terms of the different infrastructure projects, whether in terms of providing access to essential services. We've seen the initial, at least the blueprint layout of some essential services from your universal healthcare to universal education, among other things. But again, at the same time, there are still a lot of areas for improvement. And this should always be something that should be highlighted as we come to the end of any term, any administration's term, because this should be the basis as to what the next administration should work on. Because at the end of the day, you can never really address everything 100% when you have a limited time period. However, what we should do right now is ensure that we are following the right track. So for everyone who's here, I highly encourage you to read into Ambition Natin 2040, which is the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the SDGs are supposed to end by 2030. NEDA's localization plan of the SDGs actually extend up to 2040, and it should track the plans and programs of not just this government, this administration, but it should run across four um, administrations. Because regardless of who sits at the top, what we should do as young people, as Filipinos, would be to ensure that we urge any government administration to pursue the right track, the right blueprint towards improving the welfare of the Filipino people. So with that being said, I will not give a definitive grade for this one because there are too many factors for me to take into account. But what I would love to say is that for everyone to take a clear look at the issues that mean most to you, particularly when it comes to issues on human rights, environment, healthcare, among many things, to ensure that when you cast your vote in May, that we will end up with the leader that we deserve and that we need moving forward, and hopefully will continue towards the path towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and also Ambition Natin 2040.
All right, thank you so much for that synthesis. That is indeed a splendid answer from all our speakers for today at Arena.
Yes, that's right. So once again, we would like to thank all of our guests and our viewers for today.
And thank you everyone for being patient. We know that there were lots of questions.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kuya Jello. But all of them were answered by our speakers, and we would like to thank everyone here for that once again.
And we would like also to thank Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano for joining us as our moderator in this roundtable discussion.
Yeah, surely time flies so fast when we are enjoying ourselves. We will now proceed to the awarding of certificates.
Ayan. This certificate of recognition is presented to Professor Philip Arnold Tuano, to Miss Irene Perol Haymalin, to Professor Carmel V. Abao, and for Dr. Dexter Galvan in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of his and her contribution as a resource speaker in the webinar entitled End of a Regime, Outweighing the Good and Bad, held on the 24th day of November 2021 via Zoom and YouTube. Um, Signed by Nino Angelo Silascana, yours truly, Chairperson de la Salle Comelec, Ms. Maridel Zabala, Advisor Comelec, Mr. Protasio Mea, Student Activities Officer, and Mr. Welmer Adahar, Director of Student Services.
And of course, we would like to add Kuya Kit Castillo for the certificate of recognition. Again, once again, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude to our invited speakers for sharing their precious time, effort, and expertise in this webinar. Surely the people present in this event have learned so much from each one of you.
Ayan, so before we proceed po to the certificate of participation for the De La Salle student government, can we have a photo opportunity po muna with our guest speakers? So can you open your cameras po muna? So
we would like to see your beautiful faces. Please turn on your cameras for our short photo op. We are encouraging everyone here in this Zoom room to turn on their cameras rather. Let's just wait for people to turn on their cameras. Once again, thank you so much for being with us up until this moment. I hope you guys learned a lot. And I think we're good to have our photo up.
Ayan, thank you so much sa ating tech team. So now to proceed, this certificate of participation is presented to De La Salle student government for participating in the end of a regime outweighing the good and bad, held on 24th day of November 2021 via Zoom and YouTube, signed by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano, the chairperson of COMELEC, and Ms. Maridel Zabala, the COMELEC advisor.
And of course, this certificate of appreciation is presented to Nino Angelo Lescano, Reynalyn Cariquitan,
and Joyce Nicole Villena for sharing his and her talent and time as one of the host moderators in the webinar End of a Regime Outweighing the Good and Bad, held on 24th day of November 2021 via Zoom and YouTube, signed by Nino Angelo Lescana, the chairperson of COMELEC, and Ms. Marida Zabala, the COMELEC advisor.
And for the students present here, the certificate of appreciation is presented to the students for participating in the end of a regime, outweighing the good and bad, held on 24th day of November 2021 via Zoom and YouTube, signed by Nino Angelo Lescano, the chairperson of COMELEC, and Ms. Maridel Zabala, the COMELEC advisor.
We would like to remind the participants once again that you will only get your certificate of participation once you finish evaluating the event.
And okay, so now flash to the screen is the link. I think it will be flashed on the screen. And this will be posted as well in DLSL Comelec's Facebook page. So that is tinyurl.com/evaluation end of a regime. Again, we would like to remind everyone that you will be getting your certificate once you filled out our evaluation form. And as we end our program, may we call on Mr. Dale Fernan Castillo, the Executive President of the DLSL Student Government, for the closing remarks.
Good day, LaSallians. Let me start this message with a short narrative.
Okay, we're having a bit of technical difficulties. Let's just wait for the tech team to present our closing remarks for the meantime. Again, for our participants present here, don't forget to evaluate our program that is tinyurl.com evaluation end of a regime. Thank you so much once again. This is Dale Fernan Castillo, SG Executive President, for the closing remarks.
Good day, Lasallians. Let me start this message with a short narrative. I can vividly remember the time when I was still in grade 10, and my teacher asked us to make a persuasive video about the presidential candidate that we would like to vote for. Some voted for Santiago, Rojas, Poe.
Okay, again, we're having some technical difficulties, normalized technical difficulties. Anyway, let's just wait for the tech team again to present our closing remarks. Thank you so much again, everyone, for being with us up until this afternoon. And we would like to acknowledge the organizers. Thank you for organizing this meaningful event. This would be very helpful, especially for our Lasallian community. Once again, this is Dale Ferdinand Castillo for the closing remarks.
Vision very well. And you even go beyond an extra mile for our dear Lasallians. And I would like to personally commend you for that. To all our participants, thank you for the active participation all throughout the event. And I hope that you were able to reflect, retrospect, and realize several things. And if there is something that I learned, is that we should be open in hearing other views, but we should always be critical on what we should believe in. Be like a sponge soaked into a liquefied knowledge with veracity and love for our country. And in the upcoming election in 2022, do not make the same mistake that we did. Be critical, know the candidates very well, make a difference, and start persuading people around you. Vote for a candidate with high reverence to human rights and human lives. No traces of corruption, and a person with values and principles aligned to yours. Makilahok, makisangkot, at makialam. Once again, I am Dale Fernan Salapari Castillo, your De La Salle Paz Student Government Executive President. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dale Fernan Castillo, for your inspiring message to our viewers and most especially to our participants. So,
To conclude our program, we call on Mr. Rodney Nilontanya, the CBIM co-commissioner of the DLSL Comelec, for the closing prayer, to be followed by the singing of the alma mater.
Let us all remember that we are in the most holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, we thank you for this day. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to gather all of us and have this roundtable discussion. We thank you for guiding our speakers,